Stewart is thinking that the only way to stop the scoring here is to continue to get wickets, which is indeed correct. And this one is keeping low, as we've seen throughout proceedings thus far, wrapping Hamilton on the pads, but not in line with the stumps, so no chance of a wicket there.
Again, into the pitch and nicely worked. Just into the onside by Hamilton, who gets himself off the mark.
Score goes along to 70 now.
Well, that's almost a collision between the non-striker and the bowler as he tries to field off his own bowling.
There's a lot happening there. The non-striker was taking evasive action from the ball being hit back from his teammate. He also almost had a collision with the bowler, so he's done a lot of evasive work there. Good work here from the Americans, going into the pitch to Finley, not giving him any width as well, so he's trying to get onto the ball, but not much to work with, not having the bat speed to get onto the ball as well, so good end to that over.
Yeah, so 8 overs gone. Finley's still there at the beginning, just the 2 wickets to fall around him, both for 18, just slightly different with the strike rates there. And it's Captain Hamilton who's joined Finley out in the middle. And we continue with left arm spin, nice looking sweep and good quick running between the wickets again. I mean, he's very tall, so he does eat up the yards between the sticks.
He is quite a quick mover, Finley. Coming through there for what would have probably been a tight single with other players. Captain choosing to continue with the slip as well.
Yeah, it's been done by a turn there.
Well bowled, giving it a bit of flight, but taking it wider from the batsman, asking him to try and reach for the ball. This one a bit flatter and faster into the pitch.
He's not quite timing it. Yes, he's been out there since the middle, but he's never looked overly comfortable. You know, you don't just assume that he's found his flow now. He's still trying to find it a little bit. He's not quite timing it, not quite finding the middle of the bat.
It's not a pitch where you can sort of muscle the ball here. I think you have to stroke it, as you see Hamilton pushing this one down to long off for another single. Finley has been trying to power hit the ball, but he's not getting much to work with in terms of bounce or assistance from the pitch to allow him to play that type of game. Having said that, he's gone long under this one. The ball has given him a bit of air to work with, and he's gotten under this one and lifted it over the head of long on for 6. 6 more runs to the Americans. Finley finally getting rid of those shackles and powering this one over the head of the man at long on out there.
Yeah, that went a very long way, and he was definitely not in the need of running. He just watched it soar over the boundary, and actually I think it went over the hoardings as well behind that, the advertising hoardings. So it was a bit of a game of an American having to go and locate the ball.
Score has moved on to 79 for 2 now from 8.5. Finley again goes over the head of the bowler, the man at long off, coming around and doing some very good work there. Managed to keep it in the field of play and restrict the batters to 1 run. So very good work there by the man at long on.
Yeah, that closes out the 9th over. the Windies, 80 for 2.
Seems to be a substitute fielder. Oh, it's not a substitute fielder, it seems to be the arrival and introduction of Sheldon Cottrell to the game. Don't know what's happened there, but he's now on the field at the long off boundary. Seems to be a bit chilly. Trying to keep himself warm. The best way to do that, I would say, is to go and have a bowl, Sheldon, as we've got 5 voids here. Down the leg side, keeper wasn't able to get across in time, and score races along to 85 for 2 from 9 overs.
Yeah, Sheldon Cottrell just down in front of us, jumping up and down on his feet, getting himself warm. I mean, you're only 9 overs late. You've got time to warm up. That's nicely played. A little bit of hesitation. There's a chance of a run out.
That's got to be out. That's got to be out. That was suicidal.
Yeah, he's gone. Well, it really was, wasn't it? There wasn't a run there. And I think
that was too close to the wicket keeper, who scampered from behind the stump, picked up and threw the stumps down at the striker's end. Jamal Hamilton wasn't anywhere in the picture, and he's gone run out for 3. So the Americans today have been very good at hitting the stumps most of the times that they've thrown
done their
at the
target
stumps.
practice.
And so I think that the Windies team should take cue from that and know that it's not any one fielder in particular, but as a collective, a good fielding team, the Americans, and so you don't want to push them unnecessarily, especially when you're getting scoring options. You've just had a 5 wide to start the over, and you're already 85 for 3 now from 9 overs. Seems to be a drinks break. Everyone's leaving the field.
Well, the American side seem to have decided that they're off to have a drink, but the umpires are now calling them back, and the Windies batters are out there just waiting in the middle. Jonathan Foo's come out to the middle. He's just having a shadow hit, but this was that run out. Really quick work. Turn and throw, off balance. I mean, he's out by miles, but it's really good work.
He's taken 3 steps from behind the stumps, turned, threw it all in the same motion. So the strategic timeout here has been taken a bit earlier and over earlier than planned, in alignment with the fall of the wicket of the Windies skipper Hamilton.
Now, I went to see Hamilton, the play, on stage in London last week, so now all I can hear, and I'm really having to stop myself starting singing, because it's not something anyone needs to hear, whatever time of day it is where you're tuning in to this American Premier League. But I hear Hamilton, and I'm really having to not sing, and you don't need it. Maybe later, maybe I'll save it for another day when you're not stuck next to me. If you're playing, then you won't have to listen to it. But yeah, I'm really trying not to sing, basically. Maybe that's just the excitement of the cricket, who knows. But it looks like things are about to get back underway. The American team, I'm excited to say, are all still on the field. So that's tick box 1. Jonathan Foo has come out to the middle, yet to face, and he's there alongside Sean Finley, going along nicely, his 32 off 30. And the Windies up to 85 for 3 inside 10 overs. That's given a bit of flight and dug out just by Finley, by Fu with his first delivery he's faced today, as he surveys the field. Still that right-hand, left-hand combination with Finley out there. Well, they've thought about running. There's another bit of football footwork going on by these American fielders.
Lots of confusion out there. The Americans are putting a strong hold on this game with their disciplined fielding that's clawing them back into the game. This has been a good over so far.
He's bowling with a bit more pace, I find. Sort of
seems to be a lot more comfortable to the right-hander than the left-handers.
Yeah, and he's sort of darting it in at Fu, isn't he?
Some quick leg spinners that aren't spinning too much, wicket to wicket. Asking the batter to take chances from balls in line with the stump. Fu works it away through mid-wicket here for a single to end the over. Just 6 from it. And a wicket. Good over for the Americans.
Yeah, didn't start well at all with the 5 wides that over, but backed up with the wicket. And halfway through their innings, the Windies find themselves 86 for 3. As a plane flies overhead, and it's still very windy out there. You can see the flags fluttering away, and it's more than a breeze.
And you've got Sheldon Cottrell being introduced into the attack.
Nice pair of bright orange boots he's got on.
Santa must come early with the orange boots. It fits in with the colours of Houston, so Cottrell sort of matched accordingly for the Houston colourway with his orange boots. I know that my wife is quite a big fan of orange. Her and her friend Andrew. Andrew, I'm not sure if you're listening, but they've had an orange theme joke happening for the past month, so Cottrell must have been informed of the orange and taken cue.
I love a bit of orange. Anything that makes me look slightly more tanned, and I'll wear it. It's been all about the pink this year, though, with the Barbie theme, which I admit I did watch again on the flight yesterday.
Fortunately enough, it's all Ken's here today.
I don't know if there was ever a cricket Ken or a cricket... We need a cricket Barbie. Why is there no cricket Barbie? Mattel, if you're listening, make it happen. Well, Jonathan Fu, just the one from his 5 so far, and Cottrell kicks up his heels at the top of his mark. Well, he's not timed that. He's found the under edge and almost played onto his own stumps, but they come through for the 1. There's another set of orange boots there, actually.
Quite a few pairs out there. The batter, Finley's also in a pair of orange boots. So everyone's come with
a bit of flair.
A bit of flair, understanding that the tournament is taking place in Houston, and that is a colour of choice for the city.
Good start this from Cottrell. He's got his pace early. That high delivery stride that he has, he sort of skips up really high in the air.
Someone of his experience as well. Hasn't taken much for him to see that he needs to go into the pitch, bowl the ball back of a length and not give the batter much to work with, and he's done that on 3 occasions now into the pitch, and he's got a strong field set to support this type of bowling as well. As I mentioned, when the skipper Stewart was bowling, to probably have the mid-off in the circle instead of long off, Cottrell has gone with that option, and he's got a third man and a sweep on the offside with a long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square, and has been very disciplined to that as well. Again, going into the pitch for a 4th ball in a row.
Yeah, and I don't think they'll mind the ones.
This is where Cottrell's experience is going to be invaluable for the Americans, because obviously having lost 2 wickets quickly there in past few overs, the Windies are trying to rebuild their innings, and to get away with a few overs here quickly is going to be very, very valuable for the Americans.
He's got to go back and start that one again. Yeah, this has been a good first over from Sheldon Cottrell. Get that squeeze on, make them then feel like they have to start making something happen. Yes, Finley's been out there since the middle, but he has slowed down. He's going at 100 strike rate. Jonathan Fu yet to find his rhythm. Just the 3 from 7 for him so far, and just the 3 coming from this first Cottrell over.
This is a run-out opportunity. The wicketkeeper misses. Great opportunity there. Finley got wrapped on the thigh pad, just took off running, didn't know where the ball went. Keeper scampered across quickly. Brilliant work. Only thing missing was for him to hit the target. Had a bit more time than he probably thought there. He could have gathered himself, because Finley didn't try to even get back into his crease. He was that far down. He stood and looked with his fate in the wicket-keeper's hands, and fortunately for him, the keeper missed the stump, and he lives to fight another day. But
yeah, well, we saw him with that run out earlier, didn't we, to get rid of Hamilton. Absolutely fantastic bit of work, off balance, came out from behind the stumps, and absolute screamer of a run out. This one was slightly more regulation, but like you say, he perhaps went a bit too early, had more time than he realised he did. He had a chance to get himself set. He had all 3 stumps to aim at.
Full works this away into the short square leg area. The man from the 45 runs around and picks it up. Another single. Score moves on to 91 for 3 here.
I was just having a look at Sheldon Cottrell out in front of us. He looked like he was just shaking his leg a bit at the end of that last over, but he seems all right.
Fast, full, wide, mixing it up here. Just a bit too wide, but not trying to give the batter in Finley too much of the same thing. Finley's strike rate has come down to exactly 100 now, so that reflects as to how much control the Americans bowlers have had on proceedings of the past 4 to 5 overs.
Well, Hamza really liked that, didn't he? I mean, I think he was pretty much the only one went up for it, but there was a repeating call, and there's now a wry smile on the face of the bowler.
Yeah, I think Hamza was the only one in all of most of that like that.
That's darted in, and they'll just come through for the one. Yeah, like I was saying, Sheldon Cottrell looked like he was just sort of shaking his leg a little bit. Don't know what he might have done in that over? I don't know. I think it's just getting into the rhythm a bit. He seems absolutely fine now. Looks like he's just got cold hands.
Not sure he's had a chance to warm up. He's just come straight onto the field. And here's a wicket. Hamza liked this one as well. Jonathan Fu coming forward, being wrapped on the pad. Straight on. Not much spin on offer here. And the Windies are falling away. The Americans are coming back into it. Wicket to wicket stuff. You miss, I hit.
Yeah, it's really good work that by Hamza. He was the only one appealing really again there, but the umpire was convinced. And actually, yeah, really good. 4 wickets down now. This American side, obviously the Windies got off to that hell of a start. And they've been dragged back. Some economical bowling, wickets falling at regular intervals now. And that'll bring Raj Nanan out to the middle.
The Americans will be definitely happier of the two teams at the moment, striking regularly, restricting the scoring. And the Windies will need a partnership from these two left-handers at the crease at the moment. Ideally for them, this is the pair that they would want to spend some time out there as well, to navigate Hamza, the left-arm spinner, and Cottrell, the left-arm seamer. Sort of set a platform. If these two can bat for another four overs, set a platform for the end. If they can get them up to 120. Having said that, Raj Nanan has heard my calls.
Well, that is one way to get off the mark, isn't it?
He's heard my calls and said, none of that. That's not happening today. First ball over, wide long on for 6. What a way to get off the mark and announce yourself. Raj Nanan is here.
Yeah, hello American Premier League. Look what I can do from ball 1.
Raj, you needed the game to start a bit earlier. The IPL auction was just a bit earlier than that first ball 6.
Well, that was a good recovery, the final ball. So the last 3 balls of that over, wicket, 6, dot. It's got it all. So end of 12, the Windies 99 for 4. I really like what I'm liking seeing as well. Yes, obviously teams playing against each other, but there's a lot of fist pumping and handshakes and sort of hellos going on out there. You know, there's players that have seen each other around the world or around different places for a long time, and then they're out there playing against or with each other. So it's, yes, competitive, but all played in very good nature at the same time.
The camaraderie seems to be of the highest standard here. Fair play awards, both teams would be very high ranking at the moment, which is good. You always want the game to be played competitively, but in good spirits. Cottrell goes short and he hits him. He's hit Finley here. I'm not sure. Yes, he's been hitting the helmet.
Yeah, helmet's coming off.
The game seems to be carrying on. I know that the physio should be running on and doing a concussion test. That was quick and short. Before Finley could get through his shot, Cottrell was onto him, hit him in the helmet. Need to have him checked out.
Yeah, nasty. I wouldn't want to be on the other end of that one. I'd be ducking and lying on the floor.
I think that was a surprise as well, as Cottrell's first over was mostly solid length ball, so wouldn't be expecting anything like this.
He comes up with the wide down the leg side. Interesting as well, because we were saying how we weren't seeing too much coming out of the pitch, but Cottrell found something there and he got that bounce. He's not a short player, and he's managed to wrap him on the head.
Shot from Raj Nanan going out to mid-off here. Man moving around quickly, restricting them to a single.
Yeah, I've been impressed by the fielding so far, the Americans actually. They seem really on it.
This has been a great fight back for them. Would be trying to restrict the Windies to...
Well, that has gone miles.
The impressive thing about that is Cottrell beat him through the ear with the slower ball, and he's just taken his bottom hand off the bat, and he's completely cleared the ground with a one-handed six. Beautiful shot by Sean Finley here over the man at long on. Oh, over the man at long on for six.
He's let go of it as well, gone one-handed.
This one beats him on the outside edge through to the keeper.
The left armour to left-hander. Just tucks him up a little bit for room, manages to get away and scamper through for the one.
Score moves on to 109.
Yeah, short again. Well kept down by Nanan.
Good work from Cottrell here. His 2 overs going for 13 runs. Take away that 6. Shows you how consistent he's been in restricting the batters from having too many scoring opportunities. So
you feel that just breaking up this partnership, and the Americans would really feel that they were on top. We've seen both of them can hit big, and sort of once you get them 5 down, you start heading towards that lower order. They feel they can really keep them to something.
the key for this match seems to be held by Sean Finley at the moment. He's been that one constant throughout the innings for the Windies team.
And it's interesting as well because it's like we were saying earlier, he's not actually looked particularly comfortable at times, but he's there and he's stayed and he's still working it away. And that actually, straight as an arrow, is going to be another 4 to his bank.
That has been powered down the ground. As again, as you said, it hasn't looked as fluent as Finley would have probably wanted, but he's somehow managed to find a way to score, which is the most important thing. And he's sticking around. He's helping to put up a fist and make a good scoring option here for the Americans, with a new interesting fielding position there. The skipper Stewart just standing on the circle behind the bowler for Finley. Finley moves on to 47.
Just the one. Well, the Windies are the defending champions in this tournament. They won the inaugural series 2 years ago, back in 2021. Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? We're on the precipice of 2024 here. That's just into the body.
It's missed out there, full toss on leg, no one behind square inside the circle on the leg side.
Slightly short and just over the leaping salmon.
That interesting field position there has almost brought about a wicket. That man standing on the circle behind the bowler's head. Man at long on, running around, diving and pulling it back in. So he's restricted them to 2. Finley on to 49. And score on to 115.
And so 6 overs left in the game. Windies 117 for 4. They have got Finley out there eyeing up a half century. The left-handed opener. Rajnanan, well, he came out and he stamped his authority on ball 1, didn't he? Launching it for 6 over long on. He's been kept quiet since then, but he's also not really had a lot of the strikes. Only faced 5 deliveries.
Will be interesting to see how the next 6 overs play out. What would be in the minds of the Windies team as a good score here? Likewise, what would be in the minds of the Americans team here as a good score to defend the Windies to and try and restrict them?
Well, he comes down the pitch, goes high, and 2 fielders come together, and it's a bit of a misfield, but they do prevent the boundary. And I mean, there's laughs from the bowler. He's finding it funny.
Well, that was a slower ball, if I've ever seen a slower ball before. That one took quite a bit of time to get to the batter, who even advanced down the track there.
Very short, and it's found the top edge. It'll land safe, and it just plugs. It's still plugging. We mentioned this slow outfield earlier, but that's just not gone anywhere.
And that brings up the 50 for Sean Finley. First 50 of season 2 of the APL. Well played to Sean Finley. 50 off 5 balls. Giving his team a foundation to work from.
Well, Nanan joins the party again. 1 bounce 4. Takes on the pace.
Nanan's hitting the ball beautifully here. He seems to be the only batter that's come to the crease that has just found that level of timing and power, that's been able to find that combination of the two and get the ball away freely. He's down the track this time. He's got a glove on it, but the keeper's dropped it. Dropped down the leg side from Nanan, who's being hitting the ball well, but decided to come down the track this time and almost lost his wicket there.
Shortish again. Arms go up, appeal goes up, finger goes up. Celebrations all round. Rajnanan struck on the pad, and he's got to go for 13.
Rajnanan with an enterprising wicket here. Enterprising innings, sorry. Had a bit of everything there from Rajnanan. Impactful innings. Possibly the one that sort of ignites the rest of the innings for the Windies team. That one didn't bounce at all. Cross seam rolled his fingers over it as well, the bowler. Didn't get up, hit Rajnanan right in front of the middle stump. So he's gone for 13 from 9 balls. Now we have Terence Hines coming to the wicket.
Yeah, second wicket for Naveen. Inside 3 overs. Well, we talked about breaking that partnership. And perhaps not quite the one they would have wanted, but they'll take either. And they've really slowed down these Windies batters. Some good work in the field, some tidy bowling. And it's one of my favourite scores at the moment. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1 to come in this, the 15th over. as Terence Hines adjusts his gloves and has a boogie.
Terence Hines can be a dangerous ball striker, and the Americans would want to get rid of him as quickly as possible, and they have. One ball. So skipper Nevin Stewart, also a fellow Trinidadian, would have done his homework on Terence Hines. Goes pace off again.
Yeah, you miss, I hit. And
wicket to wicket stuff here. You miss, I hit. And he's been hitting.
Yeah, well, end of 15 overs. Terence Hines, he comes and he goes very quickly. The Windies, 123 for 6. Well, when Naveen comes back on again to bowl, because that was the end of his over, he'll be opening up the over on a hat-trick.
Well, you've got Hayden Walsh Jr. coming to the wicket here. Again, another long-term teammate of mine for our regional team, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. He was actually the MVP of the recently concluded 50-over tournament in the Caribbean. Lots thought that he would have been reselected to the West Indies limited overs teams. Not to be quite yet, let me say. Joint leading wicket taker with Sunil Narayan, I think 20 scalps apiece. 200 plus runs at an average of 40 plus, and probably joint best fielder in the Caribbean with Fabian Allen.
So not a bad person to have on your side then.
Correct. There is nothing that he doesn't do on the cricket field, and good person as well. Very nice guy to be around. Actually, my roommate, so. Finley goes bang into the leg side. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. Full toss on the hips. 6 more to Finley. He's been the batter that's been in from the start of the innings. I'm not sure.
I think it's a belated half-century celebration.
Yeah, his teammates seem to have forgotten to celebrate the 50, so now they'll celebrate him on 56. Nonetheless, he's going to be an important cog in whatever end result score the Windies get up to here. He goes down the ground, just clearing that man at short mid-on as well. So taking matters into his own hands here, Finley.
Yeah, and I think that's the right approach at this. You know, only 4 and a bit overs to go. They've still got 4 wickets in the hut, and yes, his time's not look comfortable, but he is the set batter, and he needs to take on these bowlers if they really want to try and push up to sort of that 150 and beyond. And I think the game at the moment should be get him on strike.
100%, and exactly what Hayden Walsh does off of the first ball he's faced. He's pushed it out to the man on the cover boundary for a single, brings Finley back into strike. Heavy outfield. Finley gets an outside edge just over the man at point. Doesn't run away too far, so he's only able to collect a single.
That's well dug out along the ground. And again gets Finley back on strike.
Finley seems to be in the mood of trying to take on the leg spin here. Goes hard down the ground to long off, but Sheldon Cottrell is in the way and stops it from going to the boundary. So just another single, which closes out the over on 134 for 6 with 4 overs left. Finley on 59 and Hayden Walsh Jr. on 2.
Yeah, well, that's the story of the day so far. The standout batter by no doubt Sean Finley. And now he's just being kept company by Hayden Walsh Jr., who just has to get Finley back on strike as they try and push up towards sort of 150. But also interesting that 17 extras in there. That's something the Americans might want to have a look at and have a think about.
There's not been many other contributions. Having a look at the scorecard here, just 3 other batters along with Finley getting into double figures and extras being the 4th. So the Americans have had a very good day today with the ball, all told, when you add in that the extras are 17, because if you take away that 17 runs and the start that the Windies had, it would have been a different game completely. So the Americans will be looking to close out here, and if they can, they would definitely like to get another 4 wickets. The Windies, on the other hand, trying to score as many as possible. Finley goes down to long off. The guy comes around.
Yeah, it's well fielded actually in the end there. He sort of almost ran past it, wrong-footed himself, and it was hit with quite some oomph.
Marlon Richards, that is, seems to be signalling that the ball was snaking a bit in the outfield, but managed to hold on to the tail of the snake, stop it from going away from him. Hayden Walsh Jr. dropping it into mid-wicket, getting Finley right back on strike.
Yeah, doing exactly what he needs to do. That's his job right now. Take the ones. Oh. Finley could be eyeing up a red inker here if he carries on the same way. That's nicely defended. So 136 up on the board. At a time it looked like 160 might have been on for this Windy side at the beginning if they carried on in the same vein they started with, but have been pegged back massively by this American side. And Finley looks like he's struggling a little bit out in the middle. Not sure if it's a bit of cramp or just because he's been out there quite a while. As he looks to club that one away, and it'll just be the one into the leg side as square leg comes around and does the fielding. But glorious day here at the Moser Stadium in Texas. And 2 left-handers out there with the bat in the middle. Yeah, good tidy over. Well, that's 4 overs done for Naveen. He picks up 3 for 23. Not a bad day at the office for him. Just 3 coming off his final over. So at the end of 17, 3 overs to go. The Windies 137 for 6. Now there's just a few discussions out in the middle of who's going to take on the final 3. Another wicket would be absolute gold dust for this American team. Break this partnership. They can get rid of Finley, then they'll be feeling pretty good about keeping them down to something chaseable. Yeah, look at that. The opening partnership, almost a half century, and then wickets falling at fairly regular intervals. That 2 in 2 balls. The most recent of those, and looks like Sheldon Cottrell's gonna have a change of ends. The West Indian international playing for the Americans against the Windies, just adjusting his field. Still the breeze. Well, that has come out the hand, not how he intended, and that will be signalled wide. Just got stuck in the hand of Sheldon Cottrell. He turns, he jumps, and he goes straight away. And that's clubbed back past him up to the fielder at mid-off. Good recovery, kept it wide. Well, it's up in the air. Fielder coming in, can't get there, just the one bounce. But they're taking the aggressive route now. They know they're coming towards the end of this first innings, these Windies batters. Well, Sean Finley, been out there since the beginning. 62 from 54 for the left-handed opener. And that's short, and that's hit back again past the bowler up to mid-on. Long on, I should say. And good bit of work in the field, applauded by Cottrell, the bowler. Cottrell again over the wicket. Well, that's skewed up in the air. It's gone to deep backward square leg, and it's deep third man even, and it's sort of skewed at a strange angle. Had a bit of spin on it. He didn't know where it had gone. The fielders didn't know where it had gone. And it landed safe in the end and was picked up in the field. And they come back for two. Again, looks to club it into the leg side. Well, Sheldon Cottrell's finding something funny. He's a bit of a chuckle from the bowler. Again, short, mistimed. Well, that 150 is very much looking on the cards. 18 overs gone, 2 to come. Windies 145 for 6. And Sean Finley is the man of the moment at the moment. 64 from 56 for him, accompanied by Hayden Walsh with his runner ball 7. 2 overs still to come. Well, Sabir Rab, he's picked up the 1 wicket so far from his 2 overs. He's going to take the important penultimate over, the 19th, the crucial 19th over for the Americans, hunting down another wicket. Been a change of decision. It won't be him. So, Gerard. Well, he's having a good day. Gerard Erasmus giving us a thumbs up. Swing and a miss. Well, Marlon Richards yet to pick up a wicket today. He's got the chance now. He's been given the honour of the 19th over. Gone for just 15 so far. That's not timed, and they're going to come back for the 2. Yeah, it's good running in the end, easy as you like. Sheldon Cottrell flings it in. Mullen round the wicket, and that's well kept out. And good running again. This has been really good running from this Windies side as we push towards the end of this innings. .148 on the board. Still 9 legitimate deliveries to come. Well, he used his feet, he comes down the pitch and he swings through, he swings hard. And he looked like he was going to get 4 for that, but really quick work out in the field to cut it off before it reached the rope. And that's Sabir Ali out there. Two to come in this over, 4 so far from it. No boundaries is always a good sign at this point, and that'll just be 1. Americans just trying to get this squeeze on, give themselves the momentum. If they can find a wicket, they'll get that momentum as they go into their batting, go into it feeling good, feeling strong, feeling unified as a team. Perhaps the smiliest man on the field at the moment, Gerard Erasmus, every time the camera finds him. Well, that's gone up very, very high. The fielder is in, should take it, and he's missed it. He's dropped it, put it down. Well, that would have been that momentum booster for the Americans just as they come towards the end of this innings, and that would have been Marlon's first wicket of the day. But as it stands, Sean Finley survives. And that brings up the 150 for the Windies. 150 for 6, having won the toss and elected to bat the defending champions. So just 6 deliveries to come. What can they make from these final 6? Sean Finley, he's been out there since the beginning. And he swings, and that's gone up in the air. Sheldon Cottrell won't make the ground, but it'll just be the one. Well, you can see what the intent is in this final over. Just swing, swing hard, make contact, and get your skates on. They look a very smiley bunch, the West Indies, the Windies players out to the left of me on their benches. Grins all round, and rightly so. And again, big swing. And wide long on comes out and does the fielding. Again, just the 1. And you wouldn't mind this as an American. Well, this was the missed opportunity. Skewed, and it went so high it's almost taking out the drone. Just didn't get himself set too far forward, and it ended up soaring over his head. Short, clubbed away, one hand on the bat. Fielder comes around, takes the catch. Well, it's been a phenomenal innings from Sean Finley. He came out to open, but he has to go. Sacrificed himself at the end, trying to boost those runs for his side, and he goes for 69. And it was a masterful display. He's helped get his team up to a pretty competitive total. He sort of took one hand off the bat there, didn't quite get it, and it was well fielded in the end. Two hands above the head, and he lifts his bat as he crosses the rope, and he's applauded by Sheldon Cottrell as he passes him. So 3 deliveries to come. Windies 153 for 7.
Sort of in the ballpark area of what I had in the back of my mind would be a good score on this pitch based on, I guess, how the pitch is playing and the outfield. So that 160 region is being put out there to the rest of the teams as sort of a, not necessarily a safe score, but a score that you can have a chance to win the match with. And so other teams will be taking note of this. You can see some American players walking around in the stands on the far end.
And I think especially because they haven't really had it all their own way, these batters, and they've still managed to make the 153. And that's good running again, good awareness from the non-striker. Yeah, they started really strong and then pegged back, those wickets falling. Good fielding by this American side. But yeah, the Windies still up to 154 with 2 to come. So you're sort of thinking any total, you want to be going north of 150 really on this pitch.
At a minimum, it seems to be sort of a safe area. And he's gone. Lack of bounce again. Seems to be the undoing of all the Windies batters. Hayden Walsh swinging through, expecting a bit more than what was on offer there. The ball stayed down while his head was up. Gonna have to have a word with him. For someone that's an avid golfer, you would know to keep your head down over the ball.
Doesn't quite stretch to my crazy golf, but yeah, he's gone top of middle, bails flying in all directions. So 1 to come. Now, what can Kirk Thompson do with this? Final delivery. Well, he swings and he swings hard into the leg side, and they're going to try and come back for 2. It's really good running in the end. They do pick up 2 off the final ball of the innings. So the Windies, in their 20, they make 156 for 8. 2 wickets in that over. The Americans need 157 to win the first game in this tournament, to beat the defending champions in the opening game of Season 2 of the American Premier League. 157. It's not a bad score. 156 on the board. Set 157 as a target. We think that's about ballpark, yeah?
It's about ballpark. I think both teams would be happy. If anything, the Americans would probably be the happier of the 2 teams. Heading back into the dugout, the Windies will know that they have something that they can possibly have a chance to win the game with if they bowl well. Likewise, the Americans, after the start that the Windies had in the power play, did an amazing job to pull it back to only 156. So they'd be happy going in as well, knowing that they've taken a lot of information away bowling on the track and being able to go in and plan, okay guys, this is how have a strong chance of winning the game. So it makes for an interesting second half to this game.
Well, that card really, the one to write home about, obviously Sean Finley with that 69. A few contributions in there, and with the ball it was Sabir Rao and Naveen Stewart picking up 3 apiece, and then just the one for Amir Hotak.
Stewart was definitely the pick of the bowlers here today, and if you look at what he did wicket to wicket, obviously started trying to bowl a few short balls etc in his first over and a half, but then he realized that wicket to wicket pace off is what was going to serve him best today, and once he started doing that, he reaped the rewards, not only in terms of picking up those 3 wickets, but his economy rate of 5.75, standout of all the bowlers here today.
Well, it was an impressive performance with the bat, really, from the Windies in the end. They set 157 as the target for the Americans to win this game, and now we'll have a short break before we come back for the chase.
Hundreds and thousands of clubs. So this is what American Premier League is about.
Again, they'll just come through for the one. Yeah, and I really like that about it, you know, how it's one of those things. So I say to people, you know, off to America to do cricket, and even now people are like, oh, really? And you think, well, this is what it's about. It's about showing the talent that there is in this country, and leagues like the American Premier League giving that sort of global coverage, which is what we have here, all of you tuning in from all over the world, giving that global coverage and that getting the eyes on it, getting the eyes on the tournament around the world and these players, and showing that it's not just those nations that you traditionally think of that play cricket and have tournaments like this.
Yes,
we're into season 2.
And the American Premier League has was the first one to do a league at this level back in 2021. So we set the standards. A lot of different leagues followed suit. And we do have the honor of being the first professional league which was concluded at this level. And talking about women's cricket, we just want to let you know that American Premier League has announced a women's cricket league for next year.
And this is what I love to hear.
And we have the honor of having done that as well. We will be the first league in the United States to run a women's cricket league, which will be huge as well.
Shall I book my flight now?
Absolutely. Would you be playing or commentating?
Oh, I think I'm a bit rusty. Get me on a player mic. I'll go out there. Mic me up in the field. But that's a really exciting prospect as well. Obviously, women's cricket is, you know, going through such a rise globally, and then tournaments like this giving that chance as well. You know, we see a lot of rise of women's franchise tournaments, and there's so much talent out there to be discovered. Coming round the wicket, shorter, kept down. Feels like he's missed out a little bit there. Saw a word in, he's just indicating that bounce. Which is interesting because we actually didn't see that much bounce yesterday. Again, round the wicket, just not timing it, hitting into the ground. Yeah, so how many teams would the plan be for a women's tournament then?
About 8 teams. We'll start with 8 and maybe add in the following seasons. Since we announced, we've gotten a lot of calls, a lot of inquiries.
Full toss kept down, well fielded, off his own bowling.
Sohrawardy is struggling. 10 balls, 5 runs. 40 for 2 Premium Indians. Chavan comes in and bowls. Comes down the wicket, plays straight to the fielder. He's not being able to find gaps.
I like that from him, though. He's struggled staying in his crease, so he's having to change it. He's changing up, he's taking on that bowler, and he's looking to try and do something different. Yes, he's not pierced the gap there, but he already looked like he was timing it better. And he's just giving the bowler something to think about. He's not worried to take him on. It's played uppishly, but fielded at deep point. Just a quick fielding change. You see the drone hovering in front of me, giving those nice shots. Ravi Bopara doing a bit of gardening.
So what do you think of the arrangements made by American Premier League so far?
The arrangements, as a tournament, I think it's fantastic. I really like that you sort of, you know, bringing cricket to America, obviously, is a big one. Coming to Houston and then giving the chance for, you know, veterans of the game, the likes of Bopara, but then also younger players who've come through to get to play alongside them. So it's that real mix of sort of youth and experience, to use an extreme cliche. As we finish the 10th over, Indians 42 for 2, and I think we're probably going to imagine we'll be having a drink break in just a minute. But no, it's a really exciting tournament for me to get to be part of, actually, as well. I very much threw my name in as much as the players did, so it's an honour to be able to come over and watch and chat about it. I just get to talk about cricket all day. It's great for me. Well, I think with that, we're going to have a quick drinks break, and we will be back with you in just a moment. Well, welcome back. If you look at that Manhattan there, I mean, it started well, 11 from the first over, but the Premium Indians are struggling with the bat at the moment. They're struggling to find much. And basically, they need a boundary. These Windies bowlers, though, they can take a lot of credit for this. They've been impressive today, kept it tight. Good lines, and just not allowing them to get to any rhythm. So Hayden Walsh Jr., yesterday's player of the match, 5 for 17 yesterday, just 6 coming off his first over today. Oh, he's on the hunt for a wicket.
What? You hear what he said?
Yeah, swept very fine. Fielder giving chase, but that is the much needed boundary for the Premium Indians. And it's signalled wide by the umpire as well, so as bonus runs for the Premium Indians, but at the moment they'll take it however they come.
Absolutely. I think a lot more aggression needs to be shown here by the Indians. They don't have much time. They do have 8 wickets, so they need to put the foot on the pedal.
It's hit with some force back past the bowler, again picks out the fielder.
Bapara seems to be struggling, connecting with the ball.
Yeah, just 13 from 22 deliveries faced by Bapara so far today, and we do know what a destructive batter he can be. That's why he's such an asset to the tournament, to this Indian side, coming in at 3. But today, just not quite found his rhythm yet. Got that left-hand, right-hand combination, though, this Indian batting pair. Uses his feet nicely. Again, will just come through for the 1, but I do like to see that intent from Sorawardi, taking on the spin and taking on the bowling and giving himself more of an aggressive intent.
It seems like they don't have much choice at this point. They have to take risks. They have to come down the wicket. They have to take the bowlers on.
Yeah, at the moment they're sort of dealing in singles. That the only boundary so recently is come off a wide. So
they do have a lot of wickets. I'm not sure what's holding them back.
It's interesting, isn't it? 8 wickets in hand, and you feel like during that drinks break they would have been having a bit of a discussion, like, right, we're going to have to really take this on. And again, he uses his feet, comes down the pitch and changes his mind, and it's again just a single.
A lot depending on Bapara's shoulders. He's the senior most player in the team. He needs to use his experience, steer the Indian team through this struggling time.
Want to come in the 11th over. Again, struggling to find that timing. Darted in by Hayden Walsh Jr. Well, that closes out the 11th over. Premium Indians 52 for 2. Remember, they did win the toss and elect to bat, so not sure this was quite the situation they would have been hoping to find themselves in after 11 overs. They would have been watching yesterday, saw the Windies post that 156 in their opening innings, and actually not too many of the batters looked that fluid. Like I mentioned, it was just Finley with his 68 and everyone else sort of got starts, but they still managed to get themselves to a 156. Yes, 19 extras from the American bowlers, but they would have been looking at that and thinking, right, none of them have really fired that much other than Finley. We know we've got that firepower in our batting lineup. Go out, have a bat, set a high target, scoreboard pressure, and defend that with our strong bowling. But they've been really pegged back by these Windies bowlers.
The experienced lad from London, Ravi Bapara on strike. Well played. That's a beautiful shot, and that crossed the boundary. That is a glorious stroke.
Yeah, and he's played that with real intent as well. Yes, it's sort of top edge, but he knew really what he was trying to do with it, and he's trying to take on this bowling now. He's just used the pace, and as soon as he got anything on that, that was heading to the boundary, and that's the first boundary off the bat in a long while.
That's a classical shot.
Yeah, just one bounce 4.
Sliced through the cover area. Laban continues. This one down the leg side for a single. Ravi Bapara now is 20 of 26. Laban steaming in. Once in a while he bowls the odd slow deliveries. Batsmen have to look out for that. Sohrawardy on strike. 57 for 2. Laban comes in, strikes it through. That's a beautiful shot, racing towards the boundary, but the fielder cuts it off.
Yeah, nicely played off the back foot. But again, just the one. So get Ravi Bapara back on strike, and he might be trying to look to take the aerial route, which is what Sohrawardy is rehearsing at the non-strikers.
Laban to continue. Runs in and bowls. Bapara plays it right straight to the fielder.
So with this tournament, you know, I'm just being quizzical. While I've got you here, I'm going to grill you basically. We are in Texas, which is home of the grill and the barbecue. We'll come back to it after this delivery, but I want you to tell me how it all came about in the first place, how the idea was born. As Laban is in again, and that's mistimed again by Bapara, so there's no run.
Yes, Georgie. So American Premier League is a phenomena. It's been it was all started back in before COVID, and it was mostly intended to attract fans and fan engagement through. That's a good shot, edge towards the boundary, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4 much needed boundaries. Bapara is taking the Windies on all by himself.
Yeah, he's going to need to do that. Probably not quite where he was aiming. Find the top edge back over the keeper, but runs is runs. And that's 4 to close out the 12th over. Premium Indians 62 for 2. Ravi Bapara moves on to 23 from 29.
Yeah, so getting back to the idea of American Premier League, as you can see, all our franchises are based off of cricket-loving communities that reside in the United States. And that's why this idea has been a hit, because there's the nationalistic passion behind these teams. America has, through immigration over the past 2 decades, has a huge Southeast Asian expat population. People from the Caribbean reside here as well, and there's a huge English community in the United States as well.
Walsh Jr. to continue with his third. Well, Sohrawardy looks to take him on again, doesn't time it, and they're going to scamper back for 2. That's good running. That's good awareness from Sohrawardy. Knew that the fielder had a lot of work to do. Had to get down, get himself stable again and get the ball back in. So picks up 2 off the first ball. He moves on to 11 from 16.
He's bowled him. And that is the end of Sohrawardy. Beautiful delivery by Hayden Walsh Jr.
Well, Hayden Walsh Jr. is having a pretty mighty fine 24 hours, and he's picked up his first of today, and that is the biggest smile in the tournament at the moment. He's a grinning man, and he should be, because he's just got rid of Sohrawardy. He was looking to try and accelerate through the gears. We'll see it again here. He went to try and go aerial, and he just swung across the line. And Jamal Hamilton almost couldn't believe it, what happened in front of him there.
Yeah, so Sohrawardy completely missed the line of the ball. Hayden Walsh Jr. He's having a great tournament so far. Beautiful action. It came off of his pads.
Well, that brings Sunny Patel out the middle to join Ravi Bopara. Bopara at the other end just watching proceedings at the moment, but he's on to 23 from 29, so he's just increased that strike rate somewhat with those boundaries, looking to try and go aerial. These two are going to need to try and take on this bowling. Just 7.5 overs to come, and still only 64 on the board, which is not enough at the moment.
Someone from the Indian side has to come in and play a special innings over here. We got about 8 overs left in this innings. They are struggling. They're struggling big time.
Well, they do still have 7 wickets in hand, so they do need to start being aggressive and taking risks. That's a cricket delivery.
That's an appeal for WW. Just give it!
Well, well, well. I mean, can you call it a hat-trick of doubles? Because that is the 3rd time in the last 2 days that Hayden Walsh Jr. has taken 2 in 2 balls. And what a tournament he is having.
Sunny Patel completely bamboozled. Had absolutely no idea. That is a gem of a delivery.
Yeah, well, it didn't take the umpire long, did it, to give that? Well, Hayden Walsh Jr., could it be 3rd time lucky? He finds himself on a hat-trick for the 3rd time in just 2 matches. And Ahmed Butt comes out to the middle, wielding his bat like a sword, swinging it side to side. And Ravi Bopara has just been at the other end watching wickets tumble. Bit of a fist pump, a bat tap, and they know there's a job to be done. But when you're taking on a man in this kind of form with the ball, I'd rather be at the non-strikers, if I'm honest.
I think Ravi Bopara has to play a role here. He needs to keep most of the strike. He needs to take charge. A lot depending on his shoulders at this moment, as he sees the rest of the Indian team crumbling in front of his eyes. Hayden Walsh Jr. comes in, bowls. Well swept. Definitely gonna get 2.
Well, they've opted for just 1, but interesting. Take on the reverse sweep on the hat-trick ball. I mean, it shows guts, doesn't it? And they've taken the 1, but I don't mind that, because it does mean that it gets Ravi Bopara on strike.
Ravi has to play very carefully. He needs to keep his wicket till the end. Oh, well bowled. That almost passed his bat as well. Well struck too.
Yeah, nice little flick into the leg side.
Double wicket over so far. Great bowling. Beautiful bowling.
So just over 7 overs still to go in this innings. I mean, at worst, they need 100 on the board. There's something mental about reaching those 3 figures. They've got the wickets in hand. There's still 6 in hand, and you've got 2 men out in the middle who can hit a long ball. Goes again.
That's an appeal for an LBW. It's closed. Umpire says no.
Well, again, trying to take on that reverse sweep.
Hayden. It's Hayden magic in Houston. That was very close. I'm surprised that he has been given not out.
We'll close out the 13th over. 66 for 4, the premium Indians. And you can see Ahmad just rehearsing that reverse sweep.
Although he almost got out, but at least the intent is there, which is a good sign. He's trying to take the bowlers on. He knows there's not a lot of overs left, And it is definitely not time to stick around and do nothing.
Bowling change, left arm round.
Bopara on strike. Raj Nanan is the bowler. 7 overs to go. As you can see, the keeper behind the wicket's very active. Nanan comes in and bowls.
You see, Nanan has had a change of end. So for his 4th over, he's swapped ends.
Nanan continues, comes down the wicket. That's a beautiful shot. That's down the wicket. That's gone for 4. What a spectacular shot that was. Under pressure. Takes Nanan on.
Well, this is just what the Indians needed, this injection of firepower into this batting lineup. Ravi Bopara, just a little shuffle, regulation, and the fielder was never in with a chance of cutting that off.
I have a feeling this is going to be a big over for the Indians. Bopara on strike, using all his experience. Nanan comes in and bowls. That's a good shot for a single.
That'll just be the one. So Bopara at the non-strikers again.
10 and over from here could take them to 140. At least they could have a competitive score on the board. Ahmad Butt facing Nanan, bowls. That's a good shot. In the gap. That's a glorious shot. That's going to go to the boundary. No, it's cut off last minute. Great effort at the boundary. Ahmad Butt is showing some class here. Some damage control. Well timed, well placed.
It's good work out in the field as well, that relay fielding to cut it off. It almost had 4 written all over it from the minute it hit the bat, but good chase. They've been good in the field, this Windies side.
Nanan comes in, bowls. Oh, that's gonna be close.
I think it's just fallen short. Or has it? No, he's got to go. Well,
He's out.
very little celebration from the Windies side there made me think that
That was
perhaps it
close.
hadn't quite made it, but great diving effort. Well, the Windies are well and truly on top here, and Ahmad, he has to go for 3 from just 4, and the Indians 73 for 5. It was a very muted celebration from the Windies. Had me all confused. I say that as if it's difficult. So 73 for 5 inside 14 overs, just over 6 overs to go. Ravi Bopara is still out there in the middle, and he's finding a little bit of rhythm. Moves on to 29 from 33. The plan, you would think, as the Indian side, as the sort of lower order come in, would be get Ravi on strike. And he's joined by Jeremiah Louis out in the middle.
Tough luck for Ahmad. He seemed like he was trying to take the bowlers on. Very close catch. Great effort by the bowler. It's always very difficult to dive in front of you and get a catch during your bowling action. Executed the catch perfectly. Raj Nanan to Jeremiah, comes and bowls. Straight to the fielder.
That's an over.
7 of the over and a wicket. 73 for 5 of 14. Ravi Bopara still out there. I have a feeling he has some magic to show today. Saw some glorious shots from him in the past.
Well, Hayden Walsh now has 7 wickets in the tournament so far, and he's still got an over if he wants it here today, and it looks like he will be taking the next over. Flags fluttering in the distance. A bit of a breeze up out there, but definitely warmer than it was yesterday. I can see blue skies. The breeze is just dispersing the clouds. It was somewhat dappled above us. I have no idea what different clouds are called, but they're not Simpsons clouds, I can tell you that.
I think Ravi Bapara should see this over through carefully, because Hayden Walsh is looking very dangerous. He's taking 2 wickets in an over. He bowled very well yesterday. I think they should just try to get 6 singles of this over and take the rest of the bowlers on. Indian batsmen have not been able to read Hayden properly. He's having a grand old time out there, as you can see. Comes in and bowls. Straight back to the bowler. Beautiful bowling.
Yeah, pressure's on. Building the dots here. Going to have to force Bapara to try and go aerial, take on this bowling.
Hayden to continue. He comes in, bowls. And that's another one! Bapara goes!
Well, well, well. Hayden Walsh Jr., what a tournament he is having. That is his 3rd wicket of the day. Regulation, caught and bowled.
Hayden Walsh Jr., you beauty. The big man goes. Bapara is back to the pavilion.
Yeah, he has to go for 29 off 37. Walsh Jr. did well, get his hands up in front of his face in his follow-through. Well, 3 for 20 for him. Bapara, he goes for 29 from 37. The Indians 73 for 6. Well, we talked about that 100, and still 5 and a bit overs to go, but looking ominous for the Indians. 4 wickets in hand. Hayden Walsh, 2 to come from him.
The West Indian teams are always known for their pace bowling. It's surprising that their spinners are doing such a great job. The wicket definitely has a lot to offer to spinners. I know the Indian side have some good spinners as well. It seems like a low-scoring wicket. The Indian team needs to put up at least 120, 130 from here. And I think we will have a game. We'll have a very interesting game ahead of us. Hayden to continue. Well bowled.
It's at that point you almost expect him to just take a wicket with everything. Bapara not quite got a hold of that one. Walsh Jr., hands above his head. Easy as you like. No way he was dropping that, especially off his own bowling. Well, he's got 1 ball to come. What can he do with this? Can he close out with a wicket maiden? And yes, he can. Well, that's a wicket maiden for Hayden Walsh. He finishes his 4 overs with figures of 3 for 20. And that over seeing the scalp of the dangerous Ravi Bapara. All of his own doing. Caught and bowled. And he sent the Englishman on his way. And that's a very large grin. There's a very happy man out there. 8 wickets so far in this tournament.
The new batsman in is Adil Bhatti. He's a very solid player, an all-rounder. We need a magical innings here from Adil Bhatti to get the Indian team into a solid position, or at least a position where they can fight, because 73 is definitely not going to do it. Very first ball, Jeremiah coming down the wicket, plays it down to the onside for a single. 16th over in progress, 74 for 6. Hayden Walsh Jr. is having a great tournament. Second match. Javan comes in and bowls to Adil. Plays it to the onside for a single.
Well, he's made some ground there, Hamilton, hasn't he? set off from behind the stumps to do the fielding. There was almost a chance of a 2 there, but I think it's a difficult situation weighing this up at the moment. Are they going to push and put that pressure on and try and push for those 2s? Or are they considering that they've only got 4 wickets in hand now?
Javon to continue. Comes in and bowls. Places it in the gap for a single. The Indian batsmen should have a target in their mind at the moment. At least 120.
That's well bowled again. This is tidy from Javon Seals. I think the problem they faced here, this Indian side, they just have struggled to find the boundary. So in good field placement, they haven't been able to pierce that field, and they've just not been able to take on the bowling. They haven't found their rhythm to find the boundary rope. And we saw a 6 in the very first over, and we thought we were in for a big one. And that's well kept out.
Four of the overs so far. They need a boundary. Jeremiah Lewis.
Well, Shortwood, he looks to club it into the leg side and doesn't get anything on it. So it closes out the over. Just the 4 coming from it. So at the end of 16, Indians 77 for 6.
I think the Indian batsmen are just completely misreading the pitch. The timing has not been there.
They've been somewhat bamboozled, you might say, by some really fine bowling. Hayden Walsh Jr., again the pick of the bowlers. 3 for him. Raj Nanan adding to more spin wickets with his 2. But they would have been pinning their hopes when it looked like Bopara was just getting going. And then a bit of magic again from Walsh Jr. Said, nope, you're not having that, I'm having it. It's my day, my game. This is my trophy and we want to defend it, us Windies. So back to pace. No, scamper for the 1 there. They're going to have to scamper 1s wherever they can at the moment.
Adil Bhatti should have taken this ball on. It was wide, it was in range. You definitely shouldn't miss balls like these when your team is struggling. Terrence to continue, comes in and bowls. It's well played down to the long side. They're trying to come for the second. It's going to be a close call. Only a single. All our viewers joining us, a warm welcome from Houston, across the globe. American Premier League Season 2. Terrence comes in, bowls. Once again, completely misses that.
It's nice that. He's kept it wide. He's had him fishing outside off for that. Could very easily have found an edge and they found themselves 7 down. But exciting that viewers and listeners and fans all over the world can tune in to this Season 2 of the American Premier League. Although if you're an Indian fan right now, you'd be biting your nails.
That's a great shot. That's a beautiful stroke. Straight to the fielder though.
And that's what's happened a lot. They're just picking out these fielders. 80 for 6 as it stands, just over 3 overs to come.
Once
Well,
again.
He's chucked it all at it. He's all swing and not made contact. It's lovely bowling.
That was a beautiful delivery. Completely missed it. And that was a classic googly. Caught and bowled. That was a big wicket.
Well, he looks to come down the wicket and he sort of makes it even more difficult for himself, finds it on his feet and closes out the over with a dot. Just 3 coming from that over as well, so 17 gone. Premium Indians, 80 for 6.
What do you think of this batting so far, Georgie?
Well, the problem they've had, they just haven't found their timing. No one really has looked particularly comfortable, and actually I think that's a testament to the bowling. You know, we talk so much in short form cricket about bish bash bosh, hitting it to all parts, but to be able to appreciate really fine tight bowling like this is quite exciting as well. You know, we all love seeing boundaries and sixes, but I think maybe because I'm a Badger, I like to see the bowlers on top.
I think on top of good tight bowling, the pitch is also seems like it's also a little tricky. The ball is staying a little low. It has the odd spin in it, and then I think it's the first match, so the Indian batsmen I believe are just getting accustomed to the pitch. As we see, Bopara struggled in the beginning, but he seemed like he came back pretty strong. You just have to spend some time, get accustomed to the wicket and accustomed to the bounce, and I think there's definitely runs in there for the batsman. Mario comes in and bowls. It's an appeal for a caught behind, and the umpire says no. The umpire seems pretty sure. I don't know what they're appealing about. Mario Laban is a speed gun. Pace. Bounce. Tall lad. There's a funny story behind Mario Laban, I'll tell you after this delivery. And that's up in the air. That's a good shot. Oh, what a catch!
What a grab! Leaping to his right like a salmon, one-handed grab. Oh my goodness, you will not see many better than that.
What a catch! That might just be the catch of the tournament. What a spectacular catch. Diving to his left, one hand, Windies. They seem like they are prepared for this tournament. Let's take a look at this. Wow. That is brilliant. Picture perfect.
Yeah, Javon Seals, I mean, it's drinks on him tonight for something like that. What a grab. What an absolute worldie of a catch. A specky, if you like. So often you take those, it finds its way into your hand, and when you hit the ground, the elbow hits the ground, and the force of that forces the ball out. But he grabbed on, got a big old mitt around it. It's like a baseball grab. It's like he had a baseball mitt on. It wasn't going anywhere. Well, they find themselves 7 down, the Premium Indians. Mario Lebon, he's earned a wicket today. He's bowled really well so far today, so nice to see him rewarded with a wicket, and that is definitely one for the highlights reel.
Absolutely, and as I said, there was a funny story behind his selection. Mario Laban should thank his girlfriend, because she's the one who called in. She's the one who called in to our selectors.
Right arm over, 4 balls to come. Right arm over.
At the last moment. We were having our final trials for the season 1, and his girlfriend called us at the last minute, pleading us to get Mario into the team. And I guess it was just his lucky day. The selector listens to the girlfriend, and here he is today, steaming in. He's now very well known all across the United States. He's played some top tournaments. He's got pace, he's got guts.
And he's got this for his highlights reel as well. Absolute tip-top stuff. But that's what's exciting. You should always listen to the girlfriend. That's my theory. That's what we're taking away from today.
There's always a woman behind a successful man.
There you go.
Well bowled. There's no way to run for the Indians today. The bowling is tight, the fielding is spectacular. Windies have got their grip on them from all sides. Great performance.
Short from Le Bon, and again it will just be the one.
That surely was a spectacular catch. Very, very, very nice. One hand diving. A lot of action happening in APL.
So one to come in the 18th over. Final delivery from the man with the best girlfriend in the world. And it'll just be one to close out the over. So at the end of 18 overs, Premium Indians 82 for 7. All right, 2 to come. Who is going to bowl the penultimate over, the crucial penultimate over? Just 82 on the board for this Indian side. And what a performance it has been from the Windies in the field. The bowlers have done the business. The fielders have taken the catches. We saw their absolute specky from Seals. And it sort of summed it all up really in one catch. And they can do no wrong today. Here at the beautiful ground at Mosa Cricket Stadium. And that is not the happiest looking Manhattan. Didn't need a crane to build too many of those tall buildings. And just 2 to come. What can they make of these final 12 deliveries? As Hines is in, and
that's up in the air. Only for a single. Oh, they take 2.
Yeah, full toss was there to be hit. He sort of sliced it. Didn't quite read it. It sort of sat up, and that could have been the chance to try and break the shackles on this lack of boundaries for this Indian team.
They need to hit every ball out of the park from here on. That's a wide ball, and that's gone all the way to the boundary for 4, lucky 4 runs. No matter how they come, the Indians need them.
Well, I think he's managed to get some kind of bat on that. I don't know if it was under edge, but I'm not sure they'll mind. An ugly 4 is still a 4.
$88 for 7. 6 runs from the over so far. They need about another 10 runs from this over. Comes down the wicket, plays well bowled. Terrence saw him coming down, changed the pace. Windies looking in a very good position at the moment. They've got the Indians struggling at 88 for 7. 89 for 7. 9 deliveries left in this innings. Terrence comes in and bowls to Patel. Is close. They go for a single. The Indian team should be planning the second innings as of right now. They need to come back into the field with a plan. They need to attack. They need to take in some slips.
Yeah, they're going to need early wickets, that's for sure.
They are not winning this match if they don't take wickets.
Yeah, good use of the feet. Again, just the one.
Beautiful stadium, Musa Stadium. This is the only cricket stadium in Houston, Texas. It is an ICC approved venue. Terrence comes in and bowls.
Yeah, again, not timing it. That'll just be the one. Is Terrence Hines hobbling slightly there? Or does he seem all right? Well, end of 19 overs. Premium Indians, 92 for 7, so 6 deliveries, 6 legitimate deliveries to come. What can they make of these ones? It will be Javon Sales to take the final over.
I think they need to charge every delivery. Every delivery counts here. They need runs. They should be targeting a 20 runs over. Take the score to 110, 112. Give somewhat of a chance to the bowlers because at the moment it seems like an all Windies match. Terrence to continue, comes in balls. Slower ball. That's a mix-up. It could be a run out. That's a throw. And he misses. That might go to the boundary. No, the fielder cuts it off.
Well, he saw him coming. He went early, got down early to go for the scoop. And he read it. Davon Stills changed up his delivery. You can see it here. He just sort of came across and he's flicked it into his own body. Then they've looked to take on the run. Confusion in the middle. Bowler took his time. And in the end, it was a pretty easy, safe run.
I know.
So 5 deliveries to come, 93 on the board.
Complete chaos in the middle of the pitch. Javon is outsmarting the batsman, changing his pace. Batsmen have no clue.
Well, I think we're just waiting because the ball ricocheted off the bat into the helmet, perhaps. So the physio is just coming out to have a check, do all the health and safety checks necessary. Safety of players is paramount. They're just coming to have a look. He just chatting to the fielder. He's chatting to the batter who's saying, no, I'm all right. It didn't hit me there. But you've got your steps in now, physio, so you'll be all right. You can go and have some lunch. I always like watching physios run on. Sometimes when I used to play, we used to, sort of time the physio and see how quick they could be. And some they'd really take it quite.
Javon to continue, comes in balls. Beaten by pace.
Well, that sort of sums it up, really, doesn't it? They're just beaten by the good bowling. 4 to come. Clubbed away into the leg side.
That's
this
a good
could
shot.
be boundary. Yep, and that is the boundary that they needed. They could just push themselves up to those 3 figures.
Finally.
All right, 3 deliveries to come. That's really nicely worked into the leg side. No fielder out there. Weren't stopping that. 97 on the board. In comes Seals. Well, it's up in the air, and it's going to bisect the two fielders. The sweeper comes round. And it's good work scampering back for two. So score moves on to 99. 2 deliveries to come. What can they make of these final 2, these Indian batters? They've struggled all the way through. No one's really got going, really found any rhythm or timing. The left-hander faces up. And he goes for the swing, and it's great work behind the stumps by Captain Hamilton. Done for the pace. Right, 1 delivery to come. 98 on the board. 98 for 7, the Premium Indians. Remember, they won the toss and they chose to bat. This would not have been the plan. Slower ball, clubbed away into the leg side. Fielder, sweeper coming round. Well, they have done it. They've made the 100. 102 for 7 is what they close out their 20 overs on. The Premium Indians winning the toss, choosing to bat. They make 102 for 7 in 20 overs. 4 off the final ball, just pushing them to those 3 figures. They know it's been a struggle. It has been an uphill struggle. It's been great work in the field with the ball by the Windies, the defending champions. They won yesterday. They set 156 yesterday. Well, today they have been set 103 to win this and make it 2 from 2 against one of the strong sides in this tournament. That Premium Indian side, they wouldn't have expected just to make 102 when they won the toss and chose to bat. So the Indians, they've done their work with the ball. This is the story of the day so far. It's a bit of a sorry tale for those batters. Top scorer Ravi Bopara, he eventually fell to the very in-form Hayden Walsh Jr., who picked up another 3 wickets today to go with his 5 yesterday. Raj Nanan, he was pretty good too. Another 2 for him. And we saw that catch from Javon Seals off the bowling of Mario Lebon. That is one for the highlights reel at this glorious stadium. Well, 2 for Nanan, 3 for Walsh, and 1 each for Laban and Hines. Javon Seals didn't pick any up off his own bowling, but he does have that catch to write home about. Well, that is the story of the bowling today. Just the 7 overs, 172. It's been tight, and I think Roshni has one of the men of the moment down for an interview.
Just gonna ride it right now and, you know, take as much wickets as I can.
And you guys are going to be putting up to bat about 102 on the board. What are your thoughts on that wicket, though?
Yeah, I think it's keeping a little low. The power play is going to be very important, so I think we're going to come very hard in the power play, and you know, hopefully by the time we reach the middle, we can just kind of cruise it through.
And lastly, your thoughts, you know, on that total and the boys out there. I know you have Aaron Jones, some more batting power as well.
Yeah, we you know, strengthen our batting, so, you know, hopefully we can come through with you know, a win today.
Well, all the best.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Roshni. I mean, what a tournament he is having, Walsh Jr. Another 3 wickets for him today. That caught and bowled, easy as you like. And this is the story of the innings. It's all been about the Windies today. Spin doing the job mainly, but the Pacers had them too. But that man there, look at that smile. And look at those sunnies. Caught and bowled, easy as you like. Well, with one caught and bowled comes another, like London buses. Umpire taking evasive action and diving out the way, never in doubt. Well, this was quite a moment. It was up, it was hanging. He dived, he leapt like a salmon. And it stuck. Well, that is the story. The Premium Windies need 105 from their 20 overs. They need to go at just over 5 and over if they want to bag their second win of the tournament so far, make it 2 from 2. And we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back after the break. Welcome back to the beautiful Motor Stadium. The sun is out. The sun has been shining on the Windies so far today. They dominated the Indians' batters. So they need just 105 to win this game and clock their second win of the tournament. 2 from 2 it could be for the defending champions. Well, the sun is out. Blue skies, and the team in blue are just joining for a huddle, having a picture before they head out to the middle. The umpire's strolling out in front of me. Well, they've got a job to do. These Indian fielders, they're going to have to take early wickets, keep it tight, keep it tidy, and get the pressure on early, because that is not a hefty target. And with someone in the form of Sean Findlay, who yesterday made 68, striding out at the top of the innings. They could make very quick work of this, alongside Aaron Johnson. 2 strong opening batters. The left-hand, right-hand combination. That target, 105. Yeah, there would have been some thinking to be done by the Indian captain, Keval Patel, during the innings break. You'll have had to... would have liked to be a fly on the wall for that team talk. But the Windies, they know they need just 105 runs. They can get this done quickly, get themselves home early, feet up, and watch this afternoon's game, because luckily for you, the action doesn't end after this game. We've got a double header every day for you. And this afternoon is no different. It'll be the Premium Americans taking on the Premium Paks this afternoon. The Americans were defeated by this Windies side yesterday, so we'll be looking to fight back again today. But this is the game in hand. This is where the concentration lies. It is all about the Windies versus the Indians. The Windies need just 105 to win this game, make it 2 from 2. And we are very nearly underway. The sun is out. The wind is fairly strong in the distance. We see the stars and stripes glittering behind the fielders in their bright blue of the Premium Indians. I went with those lovely orange pads that I've got my eye on. And they know they need early wickets.
Absolutely, they need early wickets. They need to attack. They should come into the field with an attacking frame of mind. That's the only way they can make an upset here. Otherwise, it's all game over for the Indians. They need to take in some slips.
Opening with pace, left arm.
Well bowled.
Yep, Stephen Wigg, the left armer, tall seamer, kicking off proceedings. We opened with spin in the first innings, but the Indians going for something different.
I think they should switch to spin as soon as they can, because the pitch has a lot to offer the spinners, as we could see. The magic from the windy side, ball was spinning.
Just adjusting the field. Remember, we've got those fielding restrictions in the power play.
I'm surprised that I don't see a slip. They definitely need some slips in their early wickets. Appeal for a caught behind. They're all appealing. Umpire is not moved at all. Fielders are convinced. Running in all directions. Big appeal. I'm not sure what they're appealing for. Appealing for a caught behind. I'm kind of impressed, Georgie, with Stephen. He seems like he has pace and swing.
Yeah, and he's found it early, which is what they needed. It's the left armour, and I think there's something about left armers and left-handers in cricket. It always just looks so much more stylish as well, and he's really got something. He's found it. He's coming from a good height. He keeps himself tall in his action.
Good start, good aggressive start. That's what they need. They need to put the pressure. They need to get a slip in there. Very, very important.
Up in the air, fielder can't quite take it, just over the stretched out arm. He needed his go-go gadget arms, go-go gadget long arms, but goes over and it goes for 4, and that's the first boundary of the innings, of the chase. They need just 100 runs from 116 now. He'd been tidy until then, but just a little too full and in his hitting arc. The fielder for a minute thought he might have been in business. That's a good recovery. Well, for 5 so far from this opening over. There was 11 came off the bat of the Indian openers in the first over. And that's up in the air again. It's going to land safe. And they close out the first over with a dot. So the Windies, they're up and running in this chase. 5 without loss, need 100 more runs to win this game. And having played 2 days running, they're going to want to try and get this wrapped up quickly. Get home, get in the ice bath, get some lunch. And the subfielder just running on with a change of bat here. Aaron Johnson decided he's not happy with that one. He wants a different one. So it looks like it's going to be Adil Bhatti throwing the ball to start from this end. Just running through, rolling his arm over a little. Bowling to the left-hander, Sean Findlay. And he's got absolute pace. Picks out the fielder, Findlay. He's bowling wheels, bowling absolute rockets there. Kick things off. You can almost see its tail as it flies through the air like a meteor. Well, not something you see too often, a genuine leave in a T20 game. I know it's not a big target to be chasing. Well, they've gone up and they think it might have wrapped him on the pad. Sort of muted appeal, umpire uninterested, and it's good work by the batters. Good awareness, scamper through for the 1. 2 fairly tall players, they can eat up those yards. 22 yards is nothing when you're that tall. Score moves on to 6. I mean, the required run rate, just 5.35 and over, but like I said, they want to try and get it wrapped up quickly, have a good impact on their net run rate. Batty waits at the top of his mark. Always got to adjust your hair. He's doing them for pace here, he is. Really good work. Tidy over until that point, just missed his length slightly. And Sean Finley, a man in form, is not going to miss out, and he eats that up all day long. Well, end of the second over, the Windies 11 for none. Yeah, just 2 coming from the over until that point, but all they need at the moment, really, 1 boundary and over, and they'll be well on top of this run chase. Need just 5.2 and over, and they're going at 5.5s. And it looks like Aaron Johnson wants rid of his helmet, because I think the Indians are turning to spin. We saw this yesterday. Spin comes on, helmet goes off every time. Aaron Johnson doesn't want his helmet on when he's facing the slower bowlers. He wants full 360 vision. Gives a lot of work for the sub to do too, running on and off with the helmet all the time, especially when they were playing the Americans yesterday. We were always having spin from one end, pace from the other, so on and off every over as Johnson looked to change his helmet on and off. And Sunny Patel, as they look to go to the spin, which is just what you suggested, Jay, wasn't it? You said you wanted to see spin as quickly as possible. They did the business for the Windies, and now they need it for the Indians.
Absolutely. The wicket has a lot to offer the spinners. And the Indian side have some good spinners. They have spinners who can bowl leg break, off break. They need to use them, but what I'm surprised is that they're not attacking. They need to have an attacking field here. They don't have much runs on the board. They need to have a slip in, a short leg. As you see, there's nobody around the bat.
Yes, well bowled.
They need to put the pressure, multiple fielders around. That's the only way they can turn this game around, because the longer these two stay in, the more of a danger sign this is for the Indian side. Sunny Patel continues. That's a good shot, straight to the fielder though. As you can see, Georgie, even the fielders are staying very close to the circle. They should be more close to the batsman, a little more more inwards to the circle. Shouldn't leave any room for singles.
Yeah, that's the problem at the moment. They're all going to have to be in, put that pressure on, cut off those singles. But then it also gives a chance for them to go aerial, just like that. And that's well fielded in the end. It's not been the quickest outfield. We saw it yesterday as well. Wicketkeeper there thinks perhaps there was a chance of a run out. I think he was the only one with his arm in the air. But that's the thing. If they're all in stopping the single, then these batters just got the chance to go over the top. Well, end of 3 overs. The Windies 14 without loss.
Good over from Sunny Patel, only 3 runs of the over. But again, it's the pressure that's the missing. They need to build pressure around the batsman. It's a low scoring total. They need early wickets. A wicket 2 here could open the gates.
Well, Stephen Weir going to bowl his second over. Fairly tidy first, just the 5 coming from it.
Stephen looks very promising. I like his energy. He has the pace, he has the swing.
Well, there's a mix-up in the middle, chance of a run out. And in the end, actually, the fielding gave him a chance to scamper through for a run. He was sent back. Yeah, nice length. Decides, no, I'm not going. Then the misfield. Never run on a misfield. We hear that so often. He would have been absolutely miles out if that had hit.
Wow.
Not even in the frame.
That was a chance. The Indian team has to do everything right in this match to win this match. They gotta be on target with runouts, fielding, catches.
The thing is, if they can tick over in ones, that's absolutely fine. They won't mind that at all. The Windies side.
Exactly, and that's what I've been talking about. The pressure is not there. Easy singles. Fielders need to be in close more. They need to block the singles, put the pressure. They have to create a wicket here.
Short, not timed. Looks to launch it into the leg side, ends up playing it sort of onto his own legs. Done for pace. We saw with the Indian side, no one really ever got going. They struggled to read the bowlers. They couldn't quite time it. And that's a nice looking shot, but does pick out the fielder. Short. Good work by the keeper. Gets a little applause from his bowler. Great work diving to his left. Oh, who would be a keeper, eh? Far too much diving on the floor for me. Wig in. Nice length. And that does beat the diving field. And that's going to race for 4. again, the blemish on a pretty tidy over. Just the 2 from it until then. So 6 from that over, ahead of the run rate. The Windies, end of 4, and they're 20 without loss. So they need just 85 runs, and they've got 96 balls in which they can do it. Oh, that's a lovely, lovely looking view of the deck. This is what we're playing with today. Sun's out, drying up the outfield nicely as well. So the 2 teams playing this afternoon as well will have one eye on this. And captain's thinking, right, if I win the toss, what am I going to do? Because they saw how much the Indians struggled setting a target, which is in complete contrast to yesterday's game. Well, it's the left-handed Sean Finley. Facing up. He's also decided he doesn't want a helmet. And he's bowled him! Well, that is the breakthrough the Indians needed. Sean Finley, off the back of a half-century yesterday, could have been dangerous, could have got this done quickly, but he's been done up by Sonny. Bale's flying, and he's got to go for just 9 from 11, and that is the wicket the Indians needed. We talked about early wickets. It looked like the Windies were going along nicely, just ticking it off, getting it done, but that's the breakthrough. Just swung through it too early. Beaten by the spin, beaten by the turn, and the fist pump celebration. Well, Sean Finley, he has to go for 9. Windies 20 for 1. Well, that brings Aaron Jones to the middle. He does some side shuffles, kicks his legs up, kicks his bum, has a swing of his bat. And yes, he's got a job to do. It's not the biggest job in the world, but there is something in this pitch. And these Indian bowlers aren't going to let you get away with it quickly. Aaron Jones takes guard. Well, Sunny Patel, he went first ball. He was another one of the victims of Walsh Jr. today, but he's just trying to get his own back on the Windies side. And they've gone up. The fielders really like it. The umpire is unmoved. He can't believe it. Struck on the pad. Sonny P struts off. He looks irritated. He thought he had his man there, and he thought he had 2 in 2. He doesn't look happy. He thought he got it there. He went for the 2nd in 2, and he really could have been returning the favour, picking up 2 in 2 himself. Perhaps just turned a little too much going down leg side, but pleading with the umpire. That's nicely defended into the offside. Yeah, this is tidy, this, from Sunny Patel. The wicket, and then you back it up with the dots. Try and push that run rate back up. And they'll scamper through for the 1 there. Try and push that run rate back up. Just get a little bit of pressure on. The scoreboard pressure isn't there at the moment, so they've got to do something. Try and make that happen. Try and get these Windies players to be innovative, do something different, take risks. Because if they just leave them to prod and poke, they're going to get there. Well, they think they've got their man now. And, well, Sunny Patel, what an over. A wicket. Thought he had another wicket. Pressure on, just the single, and then, again, more pressure with that final ball. So at the end of 5, Windies 21 for 1. So final over of this power play. Well, just the 1 wicket to fall, that of Sean Finley, the man of the day yesterday. Bowled by Sunny Patel, an absolute rip snorter. He went for 9. And the 2 Aarons. A pair of Aarons. No idea what a collective noun for Aarons would be. But they're out in the middle trying to get this done quickly for this Windies side. They need 84, and they got 15 overs in which to do it. So 1 over of the power play left. And Sorawardi Shuvo will be throwing the ball for the first time today, continuing with spin, which is very much what has done all the damage today, both the Windies side and the Indian bowlers. It's a nice tidy start. Left arm going round the wicket. And that's up over the top. That's the way to do it. 6. Easy as you like. Shorter into the pitch, and nothing you can do with that. Well, that'll just be the one, but it's all they need at the moment. Nicely kept out. This is tight bowling after that 6. So 7 from the over. Well on the way, the Windies. 28 for 1 after 6. That's the end of the power play. There's a strong breeze blowing around this Mosa Stadium, but the sun is out and the cricket is on, and that is actually all that matters. Some real thinking to do for this Indian side. Who can they turn to make a difference? We're now out of those power play restrictions. Looks like Ahmad Butt will take the ball. Just taking their time here, these Windies batters. Having a wiggle, marking guard. Well, Ahmad Butt adjusts his field. Right, 28 for 1, end of the power play. 6 overs gone. That target, 105. And that's flicked away, just using the pace. They sort of plod through for the one. Lots of field adjustments going on here. They know that these two players like to go big, like to go aerial, should they get the opportunity, but not striking a hefty strike rate at the moment, either of them. And that's tucked him up. That long run up. Bustling in. Short. Struck on the pad and a muted appeal. He sort of jumped and thought maybe he had something there. Perhaps more in hope than reality. And they'll come through for the one leg bye. Yeah, hitting him on the thigh pad. He'll be going well over. That's really tight, really tidy bowling. In again. Short and nicely worked. Into the onside. Mix up in the middle. Chance of a run out. Also almost trampled on. I mean, you'd know about that, wouldn't you? If Aaron Johnson runs over you. But in the end, he's safe. And no one's been trampled. So we're all okay. It's just a normal day, everyone. Score remains 30 for 1. Just the 2 off this over so far. The run and the leg bye. Yeah, it would have been well out should that have been taken cleanly. Lovely looking cover drive. Beats the diving fielder. Should be 2 here. But he's sent back and they'll just settle for the 1. So just the 3 coming off that over. The end of 7, the Windies 31 for 1. Well, these two, they know they can just prod it around. They only need 74 of 78, so just under a runner ball. So sort of a boundary every over would kind of be what they'd be looking at. And there's the wiggly worms. I mean, not too dissimilar. But there was that stage when they really petered out, lost lots of wickets. Sort of the latter quarter of their innings, the Indians. And the Windies know that they can just find a few boundaries earlier, just get really ahead of that run rate. And it should be easy pickings. But as it stands, 31 for 1 after 7. It's nicely straight batted, just the 1. Left arm round the wicket, darted in, goes for the reverse sweep, picks out the fielder. Well, definitely not what he was aiming for. Looking to launch it into the leg side, gets all sort of tangled up. Wicketkeeper does good work recovering it, and it's try and build these dots. Surawardi went for 8 from 7 from his first over, and again darted in, played nicely off the back foot by Johnson. Again, picks out the fielder. That's high elbow from Jones. Well, tidy over. Just the 3 coming from it. End of 8. Windies 8 for none. 71 off 72. That is the equation. Well, there it is. Cricket in America. It has arrived. The American Premier League. We're on season 2. And it wouldn't be America without multiple stars and stripes fluttering in all directions. And that's something you're going to see more and more with cricket as it continues to grow around this wonderful country that I've finally made it to after my 29 years on this earth. Ahmad Bhatti to start his second, just 2 off his first over. Good decision to bring him back on. Economical, keep it tight, keep it tidy. And just tucking up the batter. And I mean, the wicketkeeper went up, arms up. And Jones rehearses the shot, flicking the leg up nicely, flamingo-esque. There is a breeze out there. It's just a few signs down to my left, really fluttering around. The flags in the distance. Full, and that's well kept down, kept out, and it's good scampering through for the 1. You can't get bogged down in only looking to try and work in boundaries. They've got to keep this run rate up. At the moment they're behind it. It's up at a runner ball 6 and over. So take those singles where they can. Rotate that strike. User feet tries to come down the pitch. Well, it's definitely not where he's aiming to hit it. Looking to club it over square leg. Gets in a bit of a tangle, and third comes to clean it up, but they do get the one. Goes as leg buys. In again. Short. Again looks to swing into the leg side. Not timed. Chance of a run out. They think they might have their man. Umpire unsure. Really quick work by the bowler to pick up and turn. Well, the stumps have been well and truly dismantled. Umpire look to try and stick them back together. Nice looking stumps. Even they've got stars and stripes on them for season 2 of the American Premier League. And again, Ahmad Bhatti. And again, fields off his own bowling. He's everywhere. Well, this was that run-out chance. Johnson set off down the pitch. Was a bit of a tanker, struggling to turn and go backwards. So instead ran backwards and was almost the end of him. Like turning icebreaker. Short. Not got a hold of it, but they'll come through for one. Really good over this. Well, Ahmad Bhatti is looking to try and drag the Indians back into this. Just 3 from that over. 37 for 1 after 9, the Windies. Remember, that target is only 105. They're going to need to accelerate somewhat. Another over before drinks. And they'll be saying, look, I know it's only 105 that we need, but we still need them. And at the moment, we're nearly halfway through this chase, and we've only got 37. And you've got 9 wickets in hand. There's some good hitting in the dugout to come out to play. And they can't afford to just let this slide away from them.
Bowling change, right arm over. Mid and leg? Yeah. A little bit more, just a little. Yeah.
Well, Ravi Bopara has been handed the ball. Top scored today for the Indians. Looked like he was going to try and accelerate through the gears, but was caught and bowled in the end. And he opens his account with a dot. So we're into the 10th over here, and the Windies have only got 37 on the board. They've got 9 wickets in hand, but they're letting this get ahead of them. That run rate is just pushing up and up and up. And that's when the pressure starts to build. And again, another dot ball. Build these dots, build the pressure, push the run rate up. That's all they need to do at the moment, these Indians, because means that the Windy side are going to have to start taking risks, which they've not been too good at so far today. They haven't wanted to do it. Again, right on the money, Ravi Bopara. First three almost landing in exactly the same spot. And Aaron Jones just struggling to do anything with it at the moment.
Jana, let's go. Bowlers with it, Jana. Bowlers with it, Jana.
Bopara in again.
Wide ball.
Well, that's why he just missed his line there. Went for a bit of extra pace. Great work by the keeper. Well, the first run from the Bopara over is a wide, so it's, at the moment, weirdly enough to say, with the target of only 105, they will take runs however they can, this Windies side. And again, right on the money from Bopara. Well, Aaron Jones has only made 14 from 25 deliveries. It's not a strike rate to be writing home about, but at the other end, Aaron Johnson, 8 from 22, just eating up those deliveries, not managing to do anything with it. And again, Bopara is right on the money, and Jones can't do anything with it. Well, that's a mighty fine over from Ravi Bopara. Just the one run coming from it, the wide, and he was unlucky there. It wasn't a hefty wide, it was just wide. Just the one run. 10 overs gone. The Windies only 38 for one. They need 105. And at this rate, they're not going to get there. Glorious day out there. Sun's out. Very windy. But talking of Windies, they need to have a good team talk here, because that wiggly worm is just falling back a bit in the race. They need 105 to win. At the moment, 38 for one after 10 overs. And we're going to have a quick drinks break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, welcome back. Refreshed, rejuvenated, and ready to rumble. That is what the Windies need to be, because they are actually building a bit of a mountain for themselves. They need only 105, but after 10 overs are 38 for 1. So they've got the wickets in hand, but they're just not scoring. Yes, some tidy tight bowling from the Indians, but they're not really trying anything. They don't look like they're really trying to go for too much here, and they need to start thinking about it, because they need 67 from 60. So up above 6 and over now, more than a run a ball needed, and it's doable very easily, 67 from 60, but they've got to find some boundaries. And that's flicked away into the leg side. Jeremiah Lewis on to bowl now. Change of bowler, gone for a bit of pace. Need to inject a bit of life into this innings, these two, because they're getting bogged down. And that's full, and he's just struggling to get that away. Aaron Jones eating up deliveries. Strike rate of 50 at the moment. Johnson at the other end, just 9 from his 23 faced. And perhaps digging themselves in a little bit of a hole. Well, looks to try and be aggressive, and he's done for pace. And you can see by the body language and the look of the Indian players here, I mean, they knew 105, 104 wasn't really enough, they thought, when they finished their innings. They knew they had a job to do. And they've done it so far with the ball, kept it really tight, not taken the wickets, no, but not allowed the run scoring. And that's signalled wide by the umpire, and actually the Windies will take runs however they can at the moment. They're going to have to be quick. Yeah, that's what they need to do. Need to rotate this strike, be quick, take on the fielder, put the pressure on. That caused the misfield then, putting that pressure on the fielder. Get them almost thinking about the run-up before they've done the fielding. Just bringing third man up. Full and played through the covers. There's protection out there. At this point, they can't just do it in ones. There was a time when they wouldn't have minded just rotating the strike, totting up the ones. But now they've got to find a boundary. It's been a long time. Again, picks out the fielder extra cover. Well, end of 11 overs. So 42 for 1. That's the score on the board at the moment. Look at that runway. Only going along at 3.8 and it's pushing up to 11. Look at that Manhattan. We didn't have a lot to write home about, we thought, on that Indian side, but perhaps there's been more in this pitch than first anticipated, because these Windies batters are really struggling. 42 for 1 after 11 overs. They still need another 62. All right, so just a little confusion out in the middle, but that's all right. There's still one to come in this 11th over. After that wide delivery. Full and played along the ground to extra cover. No damage done. End of the 11th, 42 for 1. Few fans in. Youngsters, start them early. That's what I say. Bring the kids to the cricket. Get them interested from day one. Turn that pram around. That kid wants to watch the cricket. But at the moment, not a lot to write home about for the Windies. They did the job with the ball, restricting the Indians to just 104, but their chase is not going to plan. 42 for 1 after 11, just 9 to come, and Ravi Bopara, he went for just 1 from his first over. Just the one wide. Really tight and on the money, and Jones struggled to get him away. It's Johnson facing up this time. Can he do anything different against the wily English professional? Well, he takes him on. He goes aerial, finds the gap. First ball 4. Yeah, good change up from Ravi Bopara. He saw Johnson look to try and move early, mixed up his length, put it a little wider. Slower ball, swung through it well before it reached him. That run rate pushing up. Yeah, it's the cutter. Yeah, pace back on, just prodded down to backward point. But it'll just be 1, and you can't do it in ones now. Jones again struggling against Bopara. Hasn't scored a run off him yet. Faced a whole over of Bopara earlier and didn't manage one. So 47 on the board. Well, that's chipped up in the air and it will land safe, and Jones finally scores a run off Rabi Bapara. And that closes out the 12th over. Windies 48 for 1. Yeah, more kids in. Get the kids into the cricket. Start them early. Give them a ball. Get them to bowl. And show them what a great game it is. And that's what's great about tournaments like this. You know, families can come in, have a watch, get excited. Cricket in Houston. Yes, please. Just a bat change for Aaron Johnson there. He's going to hope it makes a lot of difference and it launches it well over the boundary multiple times, because that target, 105, looks quite a long way away. 8 overs remaining and only 48 on the board, but only the 1 wicket to go, so they can risk taking chances. They're going to have to take on this bowling, because otherwise they're just going to plod around and meander, not make the target. Yes, they might see out their 20 overs, but they're going to fall short. And Sunny Patel, who's only bowler to pick up a wicket so far. And again, that's just chopped into the ground. Aaron Jones does not look comfortable at all. He's again back strike rate below 50, 16 from 34, chomping his way through deliveries here. Score moves to 49, edging to that 50, this Windies side, but edging to 50 isn't going to win you a game. Again, goes for the sweep. Well, slog sweep in the air, goes for 6. That's the way to do it. Break the shackles, take him on, go aerial, go aggressive. And you could be on your way to victory. That's the only way they're going to do this now. They're going to have to be aggressive. Lovely bit of work. Down on one knee. Fielder perhaps thought maybe he was in with a chance. Take on the spinner. Shorter, darted in. And they think they've got their man, and they have! He's gone! 6! Wicket. That's the way to do it. Sonny P. What a recovery. He has his second. The Indians, they have their second, just as Aaron Johnson was looking to inject something into this innings. He goes. It took a while. It took a lot of pleading, and the umpire's finger slowly went up. And Aaron Johnson, he's got to go. Struck on the pad, looking to swing across the line. And it's been painful at times. He goes for 21 from 30. Windies 55 for 2. Out to the middle, that brings Jonathan Fu. Took a catch earlier and then think he went off the field, had a look at his foot for a while. He seems all right, walking fine, strolling out to the middle to join Aaron Jones. Well, Jonathan Fu, I'm sorry, but you haven't got a lot of time to play yourself in here. You're going to have to go big quite early because your team are well behind. You need 50 off 44. And Sunny Patel has 2. 2 for 11 and still got an over and a bit up his sleeve. So that's the equation. 50 from 44. Target 105. And he's off the mark. Well, Aaron Jones has got to do something here. He's flitted around a little bit, chomping up deliveries, letting that run rate get ahead. Needs to find a boundary. 17 off 35 is not going to get them up to that target. And again, just plays it to extra cover. Well, 13 overs gone, 7 to come. Windies 56 for 2, so the equation 49 needed off 42 balls. Ravi Bopara, really tight and tidy so far today. Kept his lines, kept his lengths, been really good. First over went for just one, just the wicket coming from that. And he'll be back on to bowl again. Unsurprisingly, going to keep the Englishman on. Well, at this point, the Windies looking at a little bit of problems. Jonathan Fu's just come out replacing the dismissed Aaron Johnson, but he's come to join Aaron Jones, who is struggling along that strike rate. Not a lot to write home about at the moment. 17 from 36, and he's facing up Jonathan Fu. 1 from 1 so far, facing up against Ravi Bopara, starting his third, and pace on up in the air. Goes aerial, straight into the boundary rope. Jonathan Fu, that is how to inject some life into this innings. It's hit the boundary rope almost on the full. Umpire signalling 4. And that is just what they needed, the Windies. Well, Jonathan Fu, how do you do? Music blares around the ground, and that is just what they needed. First ball of the over. Ravi, I'm not hanging around here. Shorter. Tucks him up a little bit, but Fu works it into the leg side. Good recovery from Bopara. And now Aaron Jones, he's seen what Jonathan Fu is doing at the other end, and that's what he needs to try and do. He needs to take on this bowling. He needs to try and find that boundary, and there it is again. Just hold the pose at the end on the full and just gets rid of our signage. 44 from 40, that is the equation. Aaron Jones. Well, chance of a run out. Jonathan Fu goes full kamikaze, Mission Impossible style, rolls himself back in. All good. Fielder never even let go of the ball, Jonathan Fu. You're just showing us that you could be a stuntman in a former life. Oh, dot ball. So this over so far, the 5 coming from it. Just can't seem to get him away. He's got your number at the moment. Two to come in this over. Bopara again finding that good line, that good length. Just dropped his hands, Jones, and finally gets himself off strike. He won't mind watching Jonathan Fu from the other end if he can go again. Go big. That's what he'll be hoping his batting partner does right now. That run rate pushing up towards 7. Well, Fu looks to give it the full kitchen sink, the washing machine and the dishwasher, and he misses completely. It goes through, ends it with the dot ball. So started with some venom, but in the end, 6 from the over. The end of 14, Windies 62 for 2. That required rate up over 7 now. Jonathan Fu, 6 from 4. Well, Aaron Jones, his run rate, not a lot to write home about at the moment. 18 from 39. You look at those Manhattans. Not the tall skyscrapers one might have hoped for. Premium Indians making 104 in their 20 overs. The Windies at the moment 62 for 2. Well, the music is starting to glare here at the Motor Stadium. The sun is out. The cricket is on. The fans are in. The families are in. And hello to anyone tuning in anywhere you might be around the world for this season 2 of the American Premier League. The defending champions, the Windies, taking on the premium Indians. They restricted them to 104 in their 20 overs. And then their run chase, they're not making it look easy. 62 for 2 after 14. And Sunny Patel to start his final over. And he starts his final over. Happy to say that Jay Shah has slid elegantly into the chair next to me. Welcome back, Jay. You're here for the action now.
Absolutely. It seems like we're going to have a very close match. 62 for 2, 14 overs. It's a low-scoring game. Indian bowlers are doing a good job keeping the bowling tight. Required rate is 7. That's up in the air. Is it going to be a 6? Is it going to be a catch? It's none. It drops right in the middle of the two fielders.
Yeah, it's always a difficult, that one. Running backwards, having to look over your shoulder, judging the distance. He went for the reverse sweep, so he's going for some kind of innovation. Fielder might have thought for a minute he was in with a chance, and it just plugged between the two of them. Again, full kitchen sink from Jonathan Fu. He is not holding back, and he's been bowled. Well, that is the end of Fu. Sunny Patel, he has his third today. Jonathan Fu, he came out, he swung hard. First ball, big 4 on the full, on the boundary rope. Tries again, and he's bowled, and he has to trudge back for just 6. So
what is happening here? The Windies are having a hard time scoring 105. Who would have thought? Indians turning this game around. Couple of more wickets and game on.
Very much game on. Well, Jonathan Fu well out of his ground and really quick work behind the sticks. Well, that required rate nearly at 7.5. And Sunny Patel, what a day he is having.
This is what American Premier League is about, creating new stars. And we have one here today. Sunny Patel, 3 for 13. In a low-scoring match. With only 105 on the board, it seemed like a walk in the park, but obviously that's not the case here. Windies struggling.
Yeah, and what can Gajan Singh do here? And it's one of those things we always say, you can't judge a pitch until both teams have batted. Yes, we say 104 wasn't enough, but we're thinking yesterday they made 156, and that was a completely different ball game. Low-scoring thriller, that's what we're in for.
Well bowled. It's a tricky pitch. That's what it is.
Yeah, the left-hander faces up. Round the wicket from Sunny Patel. Fields off his own bowling. Well, he looks to swing and he's off-balanced, ends up down on one knee, and it just goes through to the keeper. Sunny Patel, they're just not reading him today. He's having a good day, and actually it's signalled wide by the umpire. And you won't mind that as a Windies fan. You'll take the runs however you can.
Great line. Sunny Patel bowling very well. Indians are back in the game. Great job. Appeal for a caught behind. No, says the umpire.
Well, Sunny Patel, what a day he's had. They're all smiles, and that is the spirit of the American Premier League. Players from different teams still showing camaraderie. Well, they won't be too unhappy, the Windies, that is the end of Sunny Patel. He finishes his 4 overs with 3 wickets for 14. The Windies, after 15 overs, 64 for 3. That target of 105 is still 41 runs away. Five overs in which to get it. Aaron Jones is still out there. 19 from 40. Gajnan Singh yet to get off the mark. Jonathan Fu, he came, he swung, he found a boundary, and then he went again. But Aaron Jones is playing more of a test match innings than what his team need from him in this T20 setting.
This has turned out to be a great thriller. Is this match going to go right down to the wire?
Aaron Jones on strike. Stephen Wigg just 7 from his 2 overs.
That's remarkable, isn't it? Amazing bowling. I think he will be the key for the Indians. If he can take a wicket or 2, it's game on.
Nicely played, good pace. You feel 1 wicket and they're well on top, the Indians. I think they'll be feeling pretty good out there at the moment. They know Aaron Jones isn't going along at much of a lick. The new batter in, Gajnan Singh, has faced 4 deliveries and still to get off the mark.
Gajnan Singh, very well experienced batsman, represented the United States cricket team. Great talent. Very, very good timer of the ball. His team needs him here. Faced 4 deliveries, no runs yet. But I can assure you, he is a dangerous batsman.
Left arm over the wicket.
And he's bowled him! Gajnan Singh is gone.
Well,
Indians.
You said you wanted a wicket for Wigg, and that is just what they've got. Bowled him. You talk about the US international. Well, he goes without scoring. And you feel the Indians are well on top in this game now.
That is pace. Couldn't time it because the ball went to his bat faster than he expected. Took the inside edge.
Well, that target of 105 looks a long way away at the moment. 65 for 4 after 15.2. And it brings El Capitano, the captain, Jamar Hamilton. He comes out to the middle, captained well so far. He was good behind the stumps, good with his field placements. But he's got a job to do here. Well, Stephen Wigg, he'd earned that. Bold pace, been economical, not let him get a hold of him or use his pace in any way. And now he's had his first scalp of the day. And has he got another in his sights? Jamar Hamilton adjusts his gloves and his helmet. And he's off the mark. In again, left arm round the wicket. Don't mind it being dealt with in dots at the moment. You feel like the Indians are well on top in this game. They've got Jones's number, 21 from 42. One to come in this over from Wigg. His first wicket of the tournament. And you can see a few nerves out in the dugouts. Round to my left. Left arm coming round the wicket. Use of the feet. Shuffles down the pitch. Well, that breaks the shackles for Jones. Over extra cover. 2 bounces, 4. And that closes out the 16th over. The end of 16. Windies 72 for 4. That equation, 33 needed. .33 from 24. We're in for a nail biter here. The music's blaring, the fans are in, and just 4 overs remain in this first of our double headers today. This afternoon, you've got the excitement of seeing the premium Paks in action for the first time in Premier League 2, American Premier League Season 2. They will be taking on the premium Americans, who were defeated by the Windies yesterday. But for now, all eyes are on the action here at the Motor Stadium as the premium Windies look to try and chase a modest total, it seemed, of 105. They need 33 from 24. Captain Jamal Hamilton out there. He's 2 from 2 alongside Aaron Jones, 25 from 43. He's plugged away. And it'll be Ahmad Bhatti to start his 3rd over. Full flighted dugout. Short, bowled him. Well, well, well. The premium Indians, what a fight back this has been. Jamal Hamilton, done for pace, express pace. He's bowled, he goes for 2. Windies, 72 for 5. Well, well, well. Did anyone expect this? When the premium Indians managed just 104 from their 20 overs. Can they recover it? That required rate up at 9. 5 wickets down now. For a long time, it was just 1. They looked to be cruising at the beginning, but they just got stuck, bogged down. That run rate's got ahead of them. And now wickets are tumbling while the pressure is on. And it brings Raj Nanan to the middle. Well, yesterday, when he came out to bat, he launched the first ball for 6. And actually, they wouldn't mind that from him today. A couple of wickets for him as well. A nice caught and bowled. And he joins Aaron Jones in the middle. Lots of fist pumps all the way around. So the left-handed Rajnanan facing up to the express pace of Ahmad Bhatti, who's just dismantled the stumps of the Windies captain, Jamar Hamilton. Shuffles down the pitch. Not quite where he was intending, and they are going to scamper back for a second. Going to have to be quick. I think he's home safe. That's what they're going to have to do now. They've got to start taking risks. They've got to go aerial, and they've got to push for two. Not going to do it in singles. That required rate, 8.86 and over. Good work down at deep backward point. Yeah, it's now becoming a game of hit and run for these two. $75 for 5. Aaron James, he's been there a long while. 43 deliveries he's faced, just the 25 to his name. That's nicely kept down. And again, that quick running, scampering through for the one. Nanin backing up. But it's still only one. It's 4 from the over, and that rate is up over 9. The left-handed Nanan facing up to the express pace. Bouncer up in the air, top edge, fielder coming in. 3 fielders converge and none of them can get there. It lands safe. And they scamper through. But talk about having to take it on. Be aggressive, take risks. But it's just the one. And that's 5 and a wicket from the over. So the end of 17, 3 overs to come. The Windies 77 for 5. That target 105. It looked modest at the change of innings, but this Indian side have been absolutely phenomenal in the field with the ball. Been really tight, and the Windies have just never really kicked on or got going. Well, what a place to play cricket, eh? What a place. The only stadium in Houston here for season 2 of the American Premier League, and we have an absolute humdinger of a finish coming for you here. 3 overs to go. That target, 105. 77 for 5 is on the board. Aaron James, the set batter, yes, but he's not been striking it hard. He's facing up. And Ahmad Butt Swing and a miss. All swing, no ding. Down on one knee, Rajnanan. He plays it again. He can't believe the pace that's gone past. Someone's put extra petrol in their Ferrari today. Swings again. And they just scamper through for the one. I mean, you wouldn't be too pleased to end up at the non-strikers when it's coming down at that pace and you can watch your partner face it instead. He's got absolute wheels. Adil Bhatti. Right, James, what can he do here? 78 for 5. Just over 2.5 overs to try and drag themselves back into this and make it 2 from 2, or the Indians open their account. Short, clubbed away into the leg side, one bounce. Fielder couldn't quite get there, but cuts off the 4. Gets the applause from the bowler.
Changing sides.
Well, everyone's up at the fence now. Anticipation, pace, full dugout. Gonna have to be quick. Are they gonna push for the second? James sends Nanan back, and rightly so. I think we're gonna be calling for another bat. Having a look at the toe there. James, 27 from 45. Not timed. Done for pace again. And leg by signalled by the umpire. Round the wicket this time. Off the toe again along the floor. And they're going to come back for 2. There's hesitation. But the throw comes in. Well, well, well. 18 overs gone. 82 for 5 on the board. That target, 105. You're not going to do it in ones. 23 needed from 12. Nearly 2 a ball required by the Windies. And if you look at those wiggly worms, they're a bit behind. There was acceleration at the end from the Premium Indians, just pushed them up to that 104 for 7. 4 off the last ball. And just look at that, there was acceleration, and that's exactly what the Windies are going to need at this point if they want to try and hit that 104. 82 for 5, 2 overs to come, 12 legitimate deliveries. All of the Indian bench are out there, and they look very nervous for a side that are bowling against a team that need almost 2 a ball. At the tail, 82 for 5. Raj Nanan to face up, he's 6 from 7. And we saw yesterday he can hit big. 6 off his first ball yesterday. Well, he wouldn't mind that now. And it's short from Bhatti, and there's nothing Nanan can do with it. He's pleading with the umpire. And that goes down as a dot. Nanan, not best pleased. 23 from 11. Up in the air, will land safe. They're going to have to scamper back for 2. They're going to have to push hard, push fast, and that's really good running from Rajnanan. He comes back for the second, easily home. (21 from 10). More than 2 a ball now. They need to find that boundary. You can see it looks nervous on that Windies bench. This is not the fairy tale they would have expected. Slower ball does for Nanin. Almost a run out. Chance of a run out. And he's gone. Well, well, well. These Indian side are all over the Windies right now. Really good work in the follow through. The pick up and throw all in one motion. And Aaron James, it's not been an easy innings for him. It's been tough at times and it's a painful finish for him. He has to go. He's run out for 27. And in the penultimate over, 18.3 overs in. The Windies 84 for 6. That target, 105. It didn't seem much at the beginning, but incredible work by the Indian bowlers, the Indian fielders. Look at that. Not even in the frame, in the follow through. And that is game awareness at its very finest. 84 for 6, 21 needed off 9. Can Seals come out and do something magical for his team? Javon Seals, I mean, we saw him with that grab in the field earlier. You never know. It's not over until it's over. But there's only an over and a half left to go, and they need 21 runs. Well, Jonathan Fu, down to the left of my commentary box, is actually still sat in his kit, helmet still on. A few of the teams later, the premium Paks are in the house, they're watching on. The premium Americans are watching on. They know they're going to have to play these sides. The Americans lost to this Windies team yesterday, but could the defending champions be about to concede defeat to the premium Indians after managing to restrict them to just 104 in their 20 overs? Over and a half to go. Ahmad Bhatti at the top of his mark, directing traffic. What can he do here? He's picked up just the 1 wicket, but then the run out. Proper game awareness, that. Well, he's looked to swing. He had to swing hard, and it was well stopped by the bowler in his follow through. And it's just the 1. It's not going to do it. Eight balls to come. Ahmad Bhatti, can he pick up another wicket? Raj Nanin, he surveys the field. And I think at the moment, the field he's going to have to look for is the one well over the boundary. Aim for that.
Georgie, what do you think of this match? Unpredictable scenes.
I'm going to use the word humdinger. That's my word of the day today. Short up in the air. And it will land safe. Yeah, what a game we've had here. When we saw them restrict them to just 104, we thought this could all be over pretty quickly. And they'd be home having an ice bath and having a burger.
That's not the case here. Indians have are about to produce a miracle. It's anybody's game, but seems like Indians are on top of everything right now.
Yeah, they are well and truly in control. Full up in the air. A little race to the boundary. 2 bounces, hits the boundary. Well, it's something. It's not quite enough at the moment. Right, 19 overs gone. 1 over still to come, and they need 15 from the final over. Who is going to be charged with the responsibility of bowling this over? 15 needed from it. We're down to a nail biter here. It is very doable. They can do it. We saw Rajnanan. We know he can hit big. Javon Seals, he's a big man, big arms. He can swing, big levers. So, because of the over rate, actually only 4 fielders will be allowed outside the circle because of the timing. So, maybe something working in the favour of the Windies there. Indians going to have a think about that as they go through the tournament. Can't afford this slow over rate. You don't want to have to push your fielders in. Only 4 allowed out. So 15 needed off the final over. Javon Seals, he's on strike. 5 from 2 so far. Not a bad strike rate. And he's going to have to survey that boundary. Nanan faces up. Up in the air. Fielder comes in. And he spilled it. They thought they had their man. The bowler, he was celebrating. The fielder did all the groundwork and he got there. It was in. And he pouched it. And it was out. And it was on the ground. And that, you think, could have been the game. And it was Savan Patel coming round from mid-on. He made the ground. He did really well. And it was just as he hit the ground, he spilled it. So just the one, but it could very easily have been a wicket. Could have, should have, and would have. But 5 to come. And 14 needed off these 5. A little glove adjustment for Javon Searles. 5 from 2 for him. He takes guard. Now Adil Bhatti has been absolutely on the money today. Conceded just 10 runs in his 2.1 overs. And that's played along the ground. Right, 4 balls still to come. Yeah, I think so. Four to come. 93 on the board. 12 runs needed to win. It is doable. Adil Bhatti sets off, right arm over. Short, clubbed in the air. It'll land short of the fielder and they'll just get 1. Well, mathematically, it is still possible. 11 needed. 3 balls. Could do it in 2. But you have to remember who the bowler is. And he is bowling at the lower order. Rajnanan, yes, 10 from 12. But this has to go for 6. And it's not. He's got in a bit of a tangle and it's going to race for 4. Or has the fielder just kept it inside? We'll just have a check on the boundary there. Yeah, definitely not where he was aiming. Just have a look. Good chase, really good chase. And it's touch and go. It looks very close, but he might have just kept his foot short of that boundary, you know? So it's just the two. Two to come. Swing and a miss. And chance of a run out. Mix up in the middle. The bowler races the batter, gives the ball up. He's run out. He had to go for it. He had to go for it. And it was all happening out there in the middle. Well, Raj Nanen, he lost the race with Batty, who then remembered that he could just pass the ball. And it was easy as you like. Ball moves faster than batter. And Nanen, he has to go. And the Windies, barring some kind of no ball miracle, have lost this game. The Indians, what a fight back. What a fight back. Incredible in the field with the ball. Tight, tidy, clinical. All of the words. And that brings Terence Hines to the middle. He strolls out. One delivery to come. And I think he's being told by the umpire that he needs a helmet in case he ends up on strike. But he is at the non-strikers. (96 for 6). Up in the air. Fielder coming round. Can he take the catch? No. That might be some phenomenal work out in the field. A little bit of a forehand to keep it inside the rope. And that is the game. It was inconceivable Welcome back to the Mosa Cricket Stadium for Season 2 of the American Premier League Cricket. We have an absolute mouth-watering matchup of a game for you this afternoon. The Premium Paks, we can see them in action for the first time this season, are taking on the Premium Americans, who are looking to fight back from their loss to the Windies yesterday. We've seen an absolute nail-biter this morning. The Indians versus the Windies. The Indians winning that one by 6 runs in the end, having only posted 104. Well, before this game kicks underway, we'll see what the news is from the toss.
It's the second match here at the Musa Stadium, and it's going to be an action-packed one. We have the Premium Paks versus the Premium Americans. I have with me the Premium American skipper, Naveen Stewart, as well as the Premium Pak skipper, Mohammad Irfan, and the match referee, Danny Khan. Mohammad Irfan, you have the coin?
Tails.
Tails is the call?
Tails is the winner.
Tails is the winner. Naveen, what have you chosen to do and why?
We've chosen to have a bat first. It looks a nice wicket. Runs on the board always put pressure on the opposition team. Yesterday we had to chase and we saw how difficult it was in the second inning, so we're happy that we won the toss and we'll have first strike today.
And you guys are coming in from a loss. I mean, in a short tournament like this, it's really important to pick up the momentum. So what was the team discussion after?
It's all about playing your best game, executing your skills. We have a bunch of professionals. We just put it down to one bad game yesterday. Nice to get a loss out of the way early. Not ideal, but if you're going to lose, you want to lose quite early in the tournament and then get some momentum moving forward to the business end of this tournament.
And any changes to the squad?
And we have a few changes, which I'm not sure of the names at the minute, but we have a couple of changes. What happened is yesterday some guys had a bit of an NOC issue, so those guys with the NOC issues have been rectified and they come straight into the team today.
Okay, well, all the best.
Thank you.
तो आप क्या चूज करते हैं अगर आप टॉस जीतते हैं?
नहीं, हमारा प्लान यही था कि आज हमारा पहला मैच है, तो अगर टॉस जीते तो प्लान यही था कि पहले बॉलिंग करते, तो टॉस हारने के बाद भी फिर बॉलिंग आई, तो यही हमारा प्लान था.
तो क्या लगता है आपका पहला मैच है, तो क्या लगता है क्या नंबर पे रिस्ट्रिक्ट करना चाहिए? सो फार सारे स्कोर्स लो स्कोरिंग रहे हैं.
नहीं, असल में देखा जिस तरह पहले मैचेस हैं काफ़ी लो स्कोर रहे हैं. कोशिश करेंगे कि इनको कम से कम टोटल पे आउट करें और जो हमारी स्ट्रेंथ है उसी पे बॉलिंग करें और इनको जल्दी आउट करें.
चलो, ऑल द बेस्ट.
थैंक यू.
Well, that's it from the middle. The Premium Americans have won the toss and they will be batting first.
Well, that is the news from the toss. The Americans winning it and deciding to have a bat first, which is what the Indians did earlier on today, and it ended up working in their favour, but they didn't post a hefty target. The Americans looking to recover from a pretty heavy loss yesterday. And we're seeing the Premium Paks in action for the first time this season. An exciting prospect. A strong-looking side. And they'll be looking to try and do the same as the Windies did to the Indians with a low score earlier, but actually defend it this time because it was a really impressive fight back from the Indians in that second innings today to take that win and get their campaign up and running. Well, this is how the Americans line up today. Obviously, they are batting first. Winning the toss and deciding to bat, and they will be taking on the Premium Paks, who we've not yet seen in action so far this tournament, in that vibrant green in the middle. And it's myself, Georgie Heath. I'm delighted to say I have a victorious cricketer joining me alongside as Kieran Powell shuffles in, but I will allow him to eat some lunch at some point because some of us have been playing cricket, the others have just been talking about it. So welcome to you. Congrats on the win. Must feel pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good to get off to a winning start. As I said about the Windies team yesterday, it would have been important for them as well, because in sort of tournament play you want to get as many points on the board as possible, and obviously being on commentary and being the in-tournament spy for my team, it sort of works out twofold, where we get to see or get to have information on other teams firsthand and understand how the pitch is playing, we knew that the pitch wasn't going to be one that allowed us to play freely or make it a high-scoring game, but we knew we stood a chance based on obviously the outfield being a bit damp and the pitch being a bit slow. So once we bowled at the wickets and created pressure, things would hopefully go away, which it did.
And we're underway. Well, up and running with a boundary. Not a bad way to open your account if you're a premium American, decide to win the toss, decide to bat and kick it off with a 4.
Beautiful start there. Having played today and knowing how difficult it is to score out there, freebies and opportunities to get going with full tosses are something that the Americans would relish.
Yeah, and that's a much better line from Mohamed Irfan there. I did have a little chuckle when I saw my mate Roshni interviewing him at the toss, having to sort of hold the microphone above her head so that he could speak into it. It's not very often I feel towered over, but at 7'1", I think he towers over most people, and that's found the gap nicely.
He's gone away for 4. Beautiful start here. Otley seems to be quite familiar with conditions here in Musa Stadium. 2 boundaries off the first 3 balls. Great start from the Americans. Obviously trying to boost that scoring rate inside the power play and get as much as you can before scoring sort of becomes difficult when the ball gets a bit older.
Yeah, we're looking forward to seeing this team in action. Obviously, it's the first time we've seen the Paks so far this tournament. We saw the Americans in the opening game yesterday. They felt a pretty hefty loss, losing like 86 runs to the Windies, who at one point today, I'm not gonna lie, didn't look like they were gonna make it 2 from 2, but a hell of a fight back from the Indians.
Depends on which vantage point you're looking at it from. You think that way. We never had any doubts. No, honestly speaking, we knew the pitch was difficult to score on, and it just, once we crossed that 100 mark barrier, we knew that we sort of had something to play with again.
Yeah, there's something about that, isn't there? It's almost the mental factor of it. You know, you hit the triple figures and you think, yeah, we're on to something here.
100%, and I mean, in the end, it sort of played out to be true because we won not by many, but yes, we won by enough.
That's a good diving stop. I mean, it is wide down the leg side. Good work by the keeper. Nice to see you've got a slip in. Aggressive from the off, the Paks with their field.
Indeed, I'm not sure it's necessary, given, as I said, the lack of bounce and assistance on offer here at the moment. You may be able to plug another gap, but Mohamed Irfan is an extremely experienced cricketer. Someone at 7'1" that, whilst here in Texas, may draw some attention from a different sport, the NBA. You never know.
7'1", it's just unfathomable. That's full toss, just flicked away. I actually was in the room with all the kit yesterday, and someone handed me this pair of trousers, which sounds very strange. And I am 6 foot. I always think I'm quite tall, and I held them up, and I could have worn them as a jumpsuit, and they were Mohamed Irfan's playing trousers, and it must actually be such an effort. I think I've got long legs and big feet to find shoes and trousers, but 7'1" is astronomical. Yeah, get that man in the NBA. It's a nice looking shot. Does pick out the fielder extra.
Well, Irfan closes out that first over. 12 off.
Yeah, expensive first over, 12 coming from it. See, the thing is, you talk about being the insider, the spy, but actually now you're the spy for me because you can tell me exactly how the pitch played because you've been a lot closer to it than I have today.
It's pretty low and slow. It's pretty low and slow. So, I mean, teams would assess obviously based off of the first 2 games and realize that it's going to be a situation where you're going to have to score some ugly runs. You're going to have to spend some time accumulating rather than trying to power hit and force the issue there. It doesn't get any easier off of the spinners or the pacers. It doesn't really make a difference. So I think generally anyone that can get over the 120 mark, 130 mark is in a very good space. And it's just how teams go about trying to accumulate such a target.
So pace from both ends. Umar Farouk taking the second over. And he's found some pace early.
Seems to be getting a bit of outward movement as well. Oh, the batter got very low there, trying to go over cover. Very aggressive approach from Navin Stewart, as we've seen yesterday as well in the first game of the tournament.
Well, the keeper optimistically puts a hand up in appeal, but pretty lonely in that one. I'm a big fan of this green kit. I would look awful in it because my hair is ginger, so there'd be a hell of a clash going on. But it looks great.
On a dull day like today, definitely it stands out amongst the field.
Clouding over slightly, isn't it? It was quite nice for a time during your game earlier. Bit of sun, quite a lot. It's very windy still, it seems. I can see the Star-Spangled Banner wafting away to the right, or multiple Star-Spangled Banners.
I think that was a tactic that we used as well, getting the windies in the field first up early morning when it was a bit chilly. They didn't really want to be out there in that cold, so that sort of helped us a bit as well.
He's finding some good pace early on. Yeah, it was windy for the Windies. Never heard that one before.
No ball. There's a free hit coming up here. Otley seems to be in quite good touch, getting the ball away quite easily. So he's been the one batter that we've seen thus far throughout the tournament that has seemed to not struggle at all with any timing or any issues of that sort. So this will be an interesting ball coming up here with this free hit and what Otley may be able to do with it.
Showing almost all 3 stumps there. He's not managed to get a hold of that one. Not capitalised on the free hit. Yeah, there were times today in that Windies chase. It was the likes of Johnson and James. They were just getting bogged down. I think at one point, Aaron Jones, he was 14 from 36 or something like that. You know, going along the strike rate was just dragging, and then they just got themselves in a spot of bother.
Yeah, as a team, you have to figure out how you're going to build pressure on this wicket. Whatever the case is, beautiful shot by Otley, picked up off the legs all the way over the man at deep square leg for 6. The man thought he had a chance for a minute there, hovering, but easily cleared him, landed on the covers, quite away in the background. And the Americans are off to a flying start here, 22 without loss after 1.4.
Yeah, this is just what they would have hoped for as well after yesterday's pretty heavy loss. Want to come out, show some intent straight up, set a big target, or just set a good foundation. That's what you need, this opening partnership. Just get something out there so that the middle order can capitalise on it.
4 more. At least flying here under edge, but fortune favours the brave, and he has been quite brave in this innings.
Yeah, when it's your day, isn't it?
the Americans have made a few changes to their 11 from yesterday, bolstering their 11 after, as you mentioned earlier, a pretty heavy defeat in their first game to the Windies. So they'll have a lot to play for here. They want to rebound, they want to lift their net run rate, and they'll want to get some points on the table and start moving up the ladder as well.
And it's one of those things, isn't it? With tournament play, we talk about it, and sometimes people don't start mentioning things like net run rate until way further down the line, and suddenly everyone almost remembers it. But it's something that should really be at the back of your head from straight up, you know, early on in the tournament. There's no point just plodding along and sort of dragging through your 20 overs but still losing by 60 odd runs. You have to try and be aggressive and try and, if you know you're probably going to lose, do something to make a dent in that net run rate.
And I think where we're going to see teams make an effort is especially during the power play period, given that it becomes very difficult to score outside of the first 6 when the ball gets a bit older. The outfield is a bit heavy, so it's not running away, and you can't necessarily power away the ball once it's not coming onto the bat as much as it would do with the new ball. So teams are going to try and target the power play and see how much of a jump start they can get on the opposition.
Well, that's gone very, very high.
And very long. Nevin Stewart definitely coming out here to do one thing and one thing only. Try and hurt as many bowlers as possible. Huge shot over long on. Hit it, didn't even move. Just stood there, admired the shot, went a long way over the boundary. 6 more to the Americans.
There's a proper stand and deliver, that one, wasn't it? It's come down with snow on it.
Good adjustment there from Irfan. Saw Stewart making room for himself. Went a bit wider. Irfan's had 1.2 overs for 18 thus far.
Yeah, been expensive. That first over going for 12.
Stewart's under this one again, lifting it high over the mid-wicket fence. One bounce landed just inside, gone away for 4, but this is exactly what you'd want as the Americans team, attacking the trump card from Team Paks.
Yeah, I mean, he knew there was no one out there. There was never any danger of it being snaffled by a fielder out there. They have moved the man round into position there. They're sort of, problem is ball following, you know. It's locking the door once the horse is bolted. And you don't want to, this early, be just adjusting fields, chasing the ball.
Stewart has gone bang through mid-wicket again. I think he thought that the outfield was a lot quicker than it is. He did find the gap, but the man that they've just shifted from deep square leg to deep mid-wicket was able to get around, slowed and pulled it back in and restricted them to 1. So good work there from the man at deep mid-wicket. Saved this team 3 runs.
Yeah, what's the outfield playing like? It was pretty slow yesterday. It looked fairly slow again today.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy. It's pretty damp. Obviously, there's lots of heavy morning dew that today hasn't dissipated yet because there hasn't been much sun about. It's pretty overcast, so you're going to have to work very hard for your runs here.
Or you go aerial, and then you don't have to worry about it.
And that's something that Navin Stewart has shown a propensity to do, or to want to do.
Yeah. So Mohamed Irfan gone for 25 so far. And that'll close out his second over. 3 gone. Americans 40 without loss.
Very impressive start here from the Americans today. Yesterday being bowled out for 70. So different day, different approach, different results, and they'd be quite happy with this start thus far, but obviously wanting to take it a lot deeper and a lot further than this.
Yeah, I'm impressed actually with how they've turned it around, come back. It's only a day later, but they've obviously gone away and looked at what they needed to work on, had a good team chat, and said, look, you know, we've actually got some pretty good batters in here. You just got to go and play your game, how you want to play it, take on the bowlers early. And this is the result so far, 40 after 3.
Beautiful shot here by Kean Otley. Slowing up in the outfield, stops just inside the boundary, so the batter thought it was going to run away, didn't move initially, but they've managed to cross for 2. Dissected the field beautifully, right in the middle of the gap, and the score moves on by 2 to 42.
Yeah, it was a lovely looking shot, wasn't it? I was convinced that I had 4 written all over it from the minute it came off the bat.
Otley looks in really good touch here. Seems to be a huge difference maker for the Americans between yesterday's game and today. Otley goes over the air this time, not going to let the outfield have a say. 1 bounce over the boundary for 4. So Otley's flying here at the moment at Musa Cricket Stadium. 28 from 14. Americans 46 without loss. And he's putting some serious pressure onto the team Paks bowlings here. And they're going to have to make some sort of adjustment to sort of curtail the scoring rate.
Yeah, it's a really great start, this, from the Americans. 46 inside the first 4 overs, and we talk about setting that foundation. That's exactly what they've done. Even if they were to lose a wicket now, that foundation is there.
They'd want Otley to carry this as deep as he possibly can, pulling this one through mid-wicket, and there's a fumble by the man at mid-wicket, which allows them to come through for a single. So they're not only getting boundaries, but they've been afforded the opportunity to rotate the strike on occasions when there has been good balls bowled, which has allowed them to increase the score without taking too many risks.
And I think that's also where the score starts putting pressure on the fielders as well, you know, starts causing fielders to think too much, start doing misfields and making mistakes in the field when they know that the pressure is on them. They really need to start restricting them and taking those wickets.
Stewart goes, he's bowled. Paks have got their first wicket, and it's exactly what they'd be looking for here after the start that the Americans have had. Adjustment has been made in terms of line there that is visible. You can see that he's gone a lot straighter on this occasion. A few times that they've erred giving width, they've been punished. And now he's gone wicket to wicket. Stewart misses, and that affords them the opportunity to have their first breakthrough. Stewart goes bowled. Umar scores 47 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably Otley would have been the wicket they would have liked to pick up, but breaking that partnership was the important thing for Team Pak. And that brings guard Erasmus, the Safa, to the middle. 47 for 1 inside 4 overs.
I think Team Paks would definitely have wanted the wicket of Otley there, but I think they'd be happy to have just a breakthrough at this point. Doesn't matter who. So they'd be happy to be seeing the back of Stewart, who could be a dangerous hitter as well. And they'd want to make further inroads quickly here to curtail or put some doubt in the mindset of the Team Americans batters, who have come out very positive today.
Well, Umar Farouk with the breakthrough. 2 to come in his second over. has signalled no ball.
I can honestly say that I can't remember there being any no balls in the tournament before these two bowled by Umar thus far today. So
I don't think we definitely didn't see any yesterday.
There's ill discipline in terms of the lines and length, but also in terms of keeping his foot behind the front crease there, which is costing Paks at this point in time. That was hit beautifully out the middle, but straight to the man at mid-off, so he's only able to get one run from that free hit.
Otley, 29 from 15. And that's another no ball. And this is when, as a bowler, it really starts getting in your head. You know, people don't necessarily bowl that much or watch that much cricket. They'll then go, oh, you know, why doesn't he just adjust his lineup, his run up, put it a foot back? But that's not how it works. It's about having the right rhythm. You can't just go, I'll just move my mark back a foot and then I'm fine and I won't step over. So you just have to not let this get in your head. You've got to trust the process of what you do so often. Think how many you bowl that aren't no balls. And 3 already today is something that could well start playing on his mind.
Another no ball. I think that Umar needs to definitely slow the game down a bit here. I feel the senior players need to get around him and just help him to calm down. He seems to be wanting to put in a bit of extra effort, probably striving for some extra pace, but it's costing him and the team overstriding on a few occasions now and giving the batting team extra runs, extra balls. That's a huge no ball. That is unacceptable.
That's a lovely looking shot. Taking it on, gone aerial, gone for 6. Well, talk about rubbing salt in the wounds.
And it's another no ball. So this is...
That's not just salt in the wounds, that's chili salt in the wounds.
This is chili oil in the wounds at this point with rubbing alcohol. And these are some huge no balls as well here by Umar.
Yeah, that's a couple of inches.
So I'm not sure what's going wrong with his approach or his run-up, but these are massive no balls, and the score has rapidly gone up to 58 from 3.5 overs.
Yeah, 18.
Otley's up to 35 off 18.
18 from this over so far, just doing maths. Luckily no one can see me counting on my fingers.
And still with another ball left. This is...
And a free hit.
This is something that it's going to cost him heavily.
It's just a break in play at the moment. Have we lost the ball?
Yeah, I think he's hit it over. Well, he's hit it out the ground, so we're going to have a replacement ball brought in by the 4th umpire here. He's coming out with the box for the umpires to choose something that's like for like to the ball that has been lost, which at 3.5 overs old should probably be another new ball.
You would think so. And actually, this isn't too bad strategically for Umar Farouk. It just gives him a moment to sort of reset, get his heart rate down a bit, have a chat. Look, you can see there's an arm around, and that's what we really like. You know, the team are getting around him, and that's just what you want. You just, you know, having a chat with someone, just calming him down a bit, thinking, you know, you just see out this over. He's had some time to have a breathe.
Well, I think it's safe to say that there probably will be a bowling change from this end after this over.
Yeah, so new ball in place. We have a ball, which is pretty crucial to a game of cricket. We have a ball. 18 from the over so far, 1 to come, free hit. And that is going to be for 22 from that over. The end of 4, Premium Americans 62 for 1. Winning the toss and choosing to bat. This is something they could only have dreamed of.
Well, they're putting the first game to shame here. I'm not sure if the pitch has gotten better in the space of 30 to 45 minutes, but they're off to a rollicking start here. 62 off of 4 overs is something that we would have dreamt of in the first game either side. But the intent and the approach shown, especially by Keon Otley, has been absolutely amazing. His introduction to the starting 11 for the Premium Americans, having missed yesterday's game, has provided huge impact, and that's what you want to see here.
Yeah, well, bowling change here. Nakash Ali on to bowl. The left-hand pacer. And he starts with a dot. And Gerard Erasmus just indicating to his partner why he struggled with that one.
Yes, Gerard Erasmus just signaling that there seems to have been a bit of inward movement to him. But this one doesn't seem to have had any movement apart from straight out of the middle of his bat, straight down the ground over Nakash's head. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. And now both Gerard and Keon Otley are in full flow and trying to maximize this power play in full effect. Beautiful shot. No risk in that at all. And the score moves on to 66.
Textbook that, isn't it? Stand and deliver. It's the kind of shot that is a photographer's dream, that follow through. And I can see the photographer out snapping as I speak. So Erasmus 5 from 4 for him.
Beautiful shot again from Erasmus. A bit of width and off at this time, and he goes through cover point region. Different shot, same result, 4 more. Premium Americans motoring along here. Changing bowler, same result.
Yeah, and hit with enough oomph that completely counteracted the slow outfield out there. Race to the boundary. Fielders in pursuit, 2 of them couldn't cut it off. 70 for 1. Only 4.5 overs gone.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen any spin being introduced into the attack, given that the seamers have struggled here today for Premium Paks thus far. Just a change of pace. That should bring about a change of play, hopefully.
Yeah, and
but
we saw the impact of the spinners in the game earlier on today. Spin for the win. So I feel that will probably be running through the head of the captain at the moment. Got to make some kind of change. And these two just using the pace, taking it on, and making the most of it.
well, we have Otley back on strike, the man that is striking over 200.
Did he get something on that? No, signalled wide by the umpire, wide down the leg side. Nakash Ali. 10 from the over so far.
2 balls left. And Otley going bang! Straight over Nakash Ali's head. 3rd boundary of the over. Otley's looking at his bat, doesn't seem to be too happy. Probably didn't quite middle it the way he wanted or had the end result that he would have hoped for. But nonetheless, 4 more to Otley, 4 more to Premium Americans.
With bat sort of turned in his hand, but it's a sign of someone in form, seeing it well, that you can hit a shot like that and actually be disappointed with it.
Otley goes bang again. This time he did middle this one. He's not too worried. The man at long on tried to run her on, wasn't able to get there in time. 4 more to Otley, who goes on to 47 off 21. Nakash Ali's first over going for 18, so the bleeding has not stopped here for the Premium Paks. The score up to 80 for 1 in 5 overs.
Yeah, 16 is the current run rate. That is quite something. That's what the Windies could have done with off their final over. Needed 15 from it earlier today. Couldn't get home. But this has been such an impressive start from the Americans. Coming back from a hefty loss yesterday. And the charge being led by that man on your screens, Otley. 47 from 21 for him in the company of the South African Gerard Erasmus. 10 from 6 for him. So strike rate's definitely something to write home about for the Americans at the moment.
And this is something a la England versus West Indies yesterday in Trinidad, where England racked up a mammoth total of 267, with the West Indies all out for 190 in reply of 15 overs.
I wasn't going to mention it. I was going to be really nice and just celebrate that you won today instead of talking about the England Windies result. But that was, yeah, I caught that one after the game yesterday. It was some impressive hitting from England's Phil Salt.
Well, we've got another bowling change here. Hamad Hussain into the attack. Another seamer, so there's still no introduction of spin.
Yeah, not what I would expected. I was pretty sure they were going to have to they were going to turn to spin. We knew there was going to be a bowling change that over, going for 22. The no balls, the boundaries. But Captain trusting in his pace attack. And that's a lovely looking shot through the covers. Along the ground for, well, Erasmus is joining the boundary party.
And this is the dangerous thing for Premium Paks. You thought you've got Otley off strike and you'll try and be able to build some pressure on Erasmus, but he's also going well. And now you're hemorrhaging from both ends, with both batters striking the ball beautifully here today. Erasmus goes bang again through cover this time. Back-to-back boundaries.
Well, this is a run fest. There's no other word for it right now. The Americans are eating it up all day long. You bowl wherever and they're going to find the boundary. Uses his feet nicely. Along the ground again with the power to combat the slow outfield. And Erasmus striking at 200. That's good recovery from the bowler.
Indeed, well bowled by Hamad Hussain there. Closing down on the width. Coming a lot straighter. That's what we need to, or that's what Premium Paks would be hoping to see a lot more of. Taking away the width on offer from the 2 Premium American batters here.
Yeah, tight again. He's just squeezed on him a little bit there, and Otley rehearses the shot with his hand. Well, he's 47 from 22. Looking to that half century, we've only seen one so far in the tournament, that yesterday in that Windies game. Finley racking up a 68. Yeah, it's a nice tidy finish to the over. So 9 coming from it. That closes out the power play. End of power play 1. Premium Americans, 89 for 1. Otley onto 47. And Erasmus, 19 from 10. Some really hefty striking so far. The beginning of this game, complete contrast to the game we saw this morning.
Completely different pitch that seems to be on offer here. Premium Americans, I wonder what was said in their team meeting yesterday. Having been bowled out for 70 and now up to 89 for 1 in sight at the end of the power play. Amazing response from them thus far. Now it'll be interesting to see how they play with the fielding restrictions lifted.
Yeah, they're going to want to continue this momentum, keep being aggressive, look to go big. You know, they've got to try and do something to counterbalance their net run rate yesterday, which was a hefty loss. Thinking about that as you go into the tournament. Obviously, this is the Paks' first game. So now they need to start doing a bit of damage control.
Stroked away easily down to long off by Cian Otley here. Should be looking to register that 50 and then push on again.
Erasmus sends him back. That's well dug out and flicked away, flamingo foot, and they look to think about pushing for the 2, take on the arm and decide against it. So just the 1. Nakash Ali won't be too disappointed in this over so far. He's seen some of his teammates go for big runs. Just the 3 singles so far from the first over outside the power play.
Pushed away to the man at deep mid wicket. Otley thinking about a second there, but decides against it at the last minute, which is probably the safer option there.
Well, he moves on to 49 from just 25 deliveries, Otley. So perhaps was thinking if I can scamper back, get myself to that 50. Plenty of time in the game for that. There's Nakash Ali in again, left arm over, and it's just dropped his hands there, Erasmus. Chance of a run out, but good running in the end. Just 1 to come from this over. I think the field was slightly confused there. They thought they might have finished the over. All back in position. Shorter, he looks to club it away, and it's missed everything, missed everyone, past the wicket keeper, and it's gone to the boundary. He's unlucky. I think he might have got something on that. It's signalled, no, signalled byes by the umpire. So 4 byes to close out. A pretty tidy over otherwise. End of 7. Americans 98 for 1.
Well, this is a dream start here from Premium Americans. Premium Paks again making another bowling change. No, it actually looks like Hamad Hussain will continue from this end. Wicketkeeper has sent for his helmet though, which would suggest that he's going to be coming up to the stumps and trying to keep Gerard Erasmus bolted down to his crease and not allow him to run at Hussain anymore. He's decided against it though and has now gone back.
Bit of a hokey-cokey going on out there. As the sun comes out again, clouds dissipating. That's full and dug out by Erasmus. He sort of just walks the run.
They indeed have made a bowling change. It is Ariful Haq in operation now.
Otley on strike on 49. Surveys his field as Haq begins his run. Well, he's given it the full heave-ho, and that will be his 50. It plugs, it doesn't reach the boundary, but they come back for 2. And Otley, it's been a batting masterclass so far. He moves on to 51 from just 27 deliveries. I'm not sure he's realised because he's not celebrated. But maybe he's just too focused on the game.
I'm not sure his teammates have realised as well. You look across, there seems to be lots of discussions happening contrary to what's happening in the middle. But very well played indeed by Otley nonetheless. He's taken the score across the 100-run mark inside the first 8 overs of this game, and has set a beautiful platform for the Premium Americans here.
That's gone up very, very high. Fielders coming in. Who's going to call it? Bowler takes it.
Well, that's a very important breakthrough here for Premium Paks. Otley has been a man on a rampage here today. Very well played, 51 from 29. Premium Americans would be hoping that he went on for another 5-6 overs, but Premium Paks would be delighted to see the back of Otley. He's caused massive damage here early this afternoon in game 2 of the day.
And he didn't even get a chance to celebrate his 50. But really impressive performance from him today. He's set the foundation for a hefty total for these Americans. And alongside Erasmus, who is still out there looking pretty good himself, 23 from 14. So he's not the only power hitter in this side, not the only person in form today.
Well, it will be the job of the new man, Navran Preet, to try and get Erasmus back on strike as quickly as possible. rebuild from the start the platform that has been provided by Keon Otley. Very well bowled by Araful Hack in providing that breakthrough, which was much needed and timely on the part of Premium Paks.
And that's just what you need to back it up as well with a dot. And this was a good decision, bowling change, making that breakthrough. I do wonder when they're going to turn to spin.
Well, I like the fact that they've got 5 men in the circle as well, so they're trying to apply that extra pressure to the new batter.
Well, that's not going to help. Their extras column isn't in the best of shapes.
Well, the current run rate is at 13.02.
Only 13.
So this over has been a huge win for the Premium Paks, only conceding 4 and picking up a wicket as well.
Yeah, so 8 gone, 102 for 2. The scores on the board. Navanpreet Singh yet to get off the mark, and Gerd Erasmus, his 23 from 14 here at the Musa Stadium in Houston, Texas for season 2 of the American Premier League. And that is the story of the innings so far. Otley caught and bowled in the end, but really impressive performance for his 51 from 29, hitting to all parts. Navin Stewart, he did his bit too, 14. And now these two in the middle, it's down to them. Erasmus, he's in, he's got his eye in, 23 from 14. And Navanpreet Singh just come to the crease after the fall of Otley.
Well, we're going to see the introduction of spin into the attack for the first time today from Premium Paks.
Amelia Aponzo been brought in to try and nab another wicket, slow this run scoring. I mean, 12.73, what's the scary thing is that's down from what it was. That's an improvement. Well, that is going to do something for the run rate. Gerd Erasmus, stand and deliver, launches it over the square leg boundary. And Amelia can only put his hands on his hips.
Well, it definitely looks as though the pitch has settled in the afternoon here. It's playing a lot better, and that's something for teams to also take note of. Understanding when you're playing and how the pitch responds at certain times of day. So this is all valuable information being fed back to the players, as this is the first afternoon match of the tournament thus far.
Well, we know how Erasmus wants to play today. He knows that he is now the aggressor in this situation. Otley, it was his role. He's gone, and it's Erasmus. And a muted appeal. A few hands went up. Never really much in it to shout about. But just trying to keep him honest. Navanpreet yet to get off the mark. And again, talking to the umpire.
This one pushed down to the mount long off to complete the over. Another big over for premium packs, 10 off. I guess in context of how the innings has gone thus far, that would be a good over for team premium packs, keeping them below the run rate before the over started.
Yeah, scarily, that's an improvement for them, isn't it? 10 off it. So 9 gone, 112 for 2 on the board.
Another bowling change again.
It looks like we're going to have some more spin.
Seems to be Angelo Pereira here from this end. This one tossed up. A lot of loop. A lot of guile dipped on the batter.
So tempting him, isn't he?
Looked like it was there, but it was bat pitch, wasn't quite there. Swing and miss. So Pereira seems to be one that is going to use all his variations and all his guile here.
See, I think sports shoes should all just be Velcro, and then we wouldn't have to waste time tying laces. Bring back the Velcro trainer.
Not sure I'm a fan of that show. Oh, we seem to be checking for a stumping here. Not sure if the batter would have dragged, but that decision was sent upstairs. Doesn't seem to be much in it.
Quick work behind the stumps, though.
Very
quick
good
hands.
Well, I think we've got confirmation here. It's not out. Pereira again tossing this one up. The batter being deceived in the flight there, pushing it straight back to the bowler.
No, they're just slowing it down a little bit after that sort of chaos and explosion of the start. The premium packs bowlers are just managing to put a almost lid on these two. They haven't been able to get it away, bringing that run rate down to 11.79.
And it's important from premium packs vantage point that they continue to build some pressure here. The more dots that they're able to string together, restricting these two batters from scoring, it's going to put pressure on them to force them to do something different and bring about the opportunity for wickets. As we've seen here, going across the line of this one, loud appeal, given not out by the umpire.
Yeah, the keeper really liked it, didn't he?
Umpire signalling to the bowler Pereira here that he thought this one was sliding down leg.
Well, 10 overs gone. At the end of 10, the Americans find themselves 114 for 2, having won the toss and elected to bat. And we're going to have a quick drinks break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, refreshed and ready to rumble again. The Premium Americans going along quite a lick here. They're definitely in the driving seat of this game against the Premium Paks. They went away and they had a pretty good team talk, it seems, after yesterday's dismantling at the hands of... Who did they even play yesterday? Can't even remember anymore. The Windies. At the hands of the Windies, who then lost this morning to the Indians. So it's all going on. Everyone beating everyone at the moment. This our first afternoon game of the tournament so far. Americans in charge. A lot of it thanks to the bat of Otley, who made 51 from 29 before he was caught and bowled. Just after reaching his half-century by hack. And it's Erasmus out there in the middle, the destruction man now. Playing in a hat. We've seen some expensive overs, an over of 22. We've seen a lost ball. We've seen some really big hitting. And we've only had 10 overs of this game so far. At this glorious sunshine here at the Mosa Stadium for Season 2 of the American Premier League. And they'll just come through for the one there. Slowed that rate down a little bit, a 1 point up at 18 almost, when Otley and Erasmus were firing. And that's darted in. So score goes on to 116 for 2. Yesterday we saw the Windies make 156 in their first innings. Well, if these Americans carry on in the same way they have done so far, they're going to absolutely trounce that score. Only just over 10 overs in, and they're 117 for 2. So wickets in hand, destructive batters out there in the middle. Having won the toss and elected to bat, captain will feel pretty vindicated in his decision to have a bat. As Navanpreet looks to hoik that into the leg side, and they just scamper through for the one. That's signalled byes by the umpire. 118 for 2. He's bowled him. Well, that is the end of Erasmus. He looks to go big, tries to hoik it over mid-wicket. And it's just one shot too many for the South African. He has to go bowled for 35 from just 21 deliveries. This is just what the Paks would have been looking for when they came back after drinks. They'll have had a few stern words. They needed to get back in this game. And he's played all around it, down on one knee. He knew, he made the face. He rehearses the shot, but no point doing that when your bails are already gone. And he goes for 35. So Premium Americans, 118 for 3.
This is why I was surprised that spin wasn't introduced into the attack for the Premium Paks early in the game. We've seen them be able to curtail the scoring rate, and obviously in doing so create chances for wickets. Ponzo would be very happy getting his first wicket here today. Team Premium Paks pulling it back here. We've got 2 new batters at the crease. Navanpreet 3 off 12, and Gurbash yet to face. So they'd be hoping for this to continue throughout the rest of the innings, as Premium Americans will have a lot of rebuilding to do. But having said that, Aponzo struck again. He's now on a hat-trick. Back-to-back wickets to close out the over. 114 for 2. For 4. 118 for 4. I'm all over the place.
We'll let you off. You've already won a game today. This is just what they would have needed after that drinks break. They will have had words there saying we're letting them get ahead of us here. And they've just slowed that momentum, and these quick wickets are just what the Paks needed if they were going to try and keep a lid on this scoring rate. Just trapped him in front. And it was a very slow finger to go up, but he never looked... Well, he never got a chance. 2 in 2. And so Navanpreet's still out in the middle there. But the introduction of spin has done just what we thought it might, and it's made the difference. It's picked up the wickets, and it's slowing that run scoring. And the Americans, at one point, looked like they could have been on for a 200. But they're just being pegged back here. Quick wickets can change any game. This is T20 cricket, and that's the excitement of it. Anything can happen. So 2 in 2. So when he comes back onto bowl, he's going to be on a hat-trick.
And in the meantime, his partner on the other end, Angela Pereira, will look to continue to try and stymie the Americans' batters here. Continue to cut the run rate down as much as possible and restrict scoring.
Well, that was the wicket of Erasmus. He knew. And that was a big one for the premium Paks, because we know how destructive he can be. We've already seen a few big ones from him today, but he's back in the dugout now. Now, is it actually as windy out there as I think it is by looking at the flags?
100%, and it's not only windy, it's quite chilly as well out there.
So left armour to left-hander. Yeah, quicker one. And this is really good. This is really tight stuff from the Paks. They had to sort of flush the first 10 overs, flush them out at drinks break and think, right, what can we do and what can we keep them down to? And that over's gone for just the 1 run. And if you think about it, we were up at almost 18 and over. Just a few quick wickets can really swing the game back in your favour.
Exactly what the Paks would have wanted here. 2 spinners in operation doing a fantastic job. Angela Pereira, 2 overs for just the 3 runs.
Yep, no surprise. There hasn't been a change of bowling.
This partnership has been very successful for Team Paks, and they're going to try and see them through the entirety of their spell and figure out the rest as and when.
Yeah, Emilio Ponzo making the difference. Those 2 in 2 balls. Didn't quite get the hat-trick. That was the hat-trick ball. Just causing him to fish outside off.
Some confusion there between the batters. Should I come, should I go? In the end, they decided against it.
slowed down a bit here. Field changes and adjustments. It's one of those things they've got to start, you have to think about later on down the line. You don't want to get behind the over rate. We saw it earlier, had to bring fielders in. And that's the last thing they're going to want towards the back end of this innings, Premium Paks, to have to bring fielders in and allowing the Americans the opportunity to go over.
Having said that, Navrampreet has had enough of being tied down and has gone bang over the head of long on. Man at long on stood no chance there. Beautiful shot, goes all the way for 6.
Well, he'll feel he should be the aggressor at this point, Navrampreet. He's been in there the longest, 11 from 17 for him now. So that's just pushing his strike rate up a bit. He's sort of been tied down a little, going slowly, and now knows that he needs to get back on the gravy train and start the momentum again, because they have really been pegged back, the Americans. 13 overs gone, 128 for 4. So, if you're an American at this point, what are you thinking you'd be aiming for as a score?
I'd say anything over 160, 165, given the start that they've had. These two batters at the crease are still relatively new, so it's going to take them some time to get in. Having said that, they can't take too long, and you see that the scoring rate has dropped now to 9.85 from 18 at one point. So these two bowlers in particular have done a really good job, but not being supported in the field on this occasion. Misfield, allowing the batters through for a single.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want as the Paks at this moment. You're just getting the squeeze on them. You're feeling like you're gaining back some kind of control. And the last thing you need to be doing then is just giving away freebies, bowling no balls, bowling wides, or misfields. You need to continue that discipline.
Well, this one is one of the rare occasions that Pereira has pushed through the ball, adding some variety there, and then going a bit fuller on this occasion, which is stroked down to the man at long off for 1. Oh, wow. Umpire seems to be signaling that he thinks the batter's hit it.
The keeper really liked it, didn't he?
There was a lot to like about that one. I thought that one was straight, so. The batter seemed to have gotten some bat in it, which saved them, but that completes the end of another Pereira over. 3 overs for 7 runs. Team Premium Americans 132 for 4 from 14 overs. 6 overs left, and I'm sure they're going to want to start picking up the scoring rate again pretty soon.
Yeah, they've really been slowed down since that drinks break. They were, like we said, they were up at 18 and over at one point with Otley and Erasmus firing on all cylinders, but both back in the hutch now. So Navrampreet not quite up with the strike rate of those two. 14 from his 21.
Well, they've got 2 overs to contend with from Ponzo and Pereira, and after that I reckon it might be 4 overs of seam to close out, which they'll be happy to target given how the game had started.
Yeah, spin has been key for the Paks here. It's really changed the game. It very much looked like it was getting away from them, and we were looking at 180, 190 even, perhaps higher. But it's not just the wicket taking, it's the lack of boundaries. The boundaries have dried up somewhat. And as I say that, it races to the boundary.
Beautiful shot. Given just the slightest bit more air and slammed down the ground past the bowler. Had no chance of getting across to try and stop that. Nor did the man at long on. Tried his utmost best, sprinting around, but stood no chance of cutting that off. Outside, half of the bat on this occasion down to the man at short, third man, who comes around quickly but not able to stop the batters crossing for one. Ryan Scott, fielder. Another single down to long on this time. This has been a good over so far.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see who the captain throws the ball to next, because he's had these two working in tandem. They've really put that squeeze on, but they've run out of their overs almost.
That's the end of a very good spell from Aponzo. 4 overs, 2 for 28. Part of that partnership with Angelo Pereira that has really put the clamps on Premium Americans here today.
Yeah, so 15 gone, 138 for 4. So really 5 overs that you would say belong to the Premium Paks there. You look at that Manhattan, it's as if the crane ran out of fuel at 10 overs and got to start building again.
This is, if you're in an ICU ward, is not what you want to see. Sort of how things have flatlined here for a bit, but Premium Americans still can do something about this with 6 wickets left and 5 overs to accelerate here now. It'll be interesting to see if they try and play out Pereira's last over and attack the last 4 overs, or if they try and go after Angelo Pereira here as well.
Well, they do still have wickets in hand and 5 overs remaining. But Pereira is not giving them anything. Navanpreet feels like he's missed out there. He swings his arm in frustration. That's well fielded. I thought they were going to try and push back for the 2 then. It was slowing down so much the fielder was having to put in the yards, but just settle for the 1. It's nicely worked. And they're going to have to be quick if they want to get back for 2. Easy as you like. Don't know why I was ever in doubt.
The man at deep backward square did get around quickly, but batters had more than enough time to still manage to cross for 2, so score ticks along. Pereira, interestingly enough, here hasn't conceded a boundary in this spell. It'd be interesting to see if he now concedes one, as I said there. No, he hasn't. What he has done is had an appeal, but umpire doesn't have any interest in that, and that is the end of his spell. 4 overs for 10 runs.
Well, he's sort of changed the game, really, those two working together. Just 10 runs from his 4 overs. Seeing as we saw some overs go for 22 earlier, you, as a captain, you'd be pretty pleased with that, and you'd be going over, patting him on the back. You've dug us out of a bit of a hole.
And I think this is where Premium Paks would be hoping, wondering where they could find another spinner from to give them another 2 or 3 overs throughout the rest of this innings, as the spinners have really played a huge part of curtailing the scoring rate. I mean, Team Premium Americans brought up their 100 quite early, before 10 over mark, and so the last 8 overs have only managed to produce a further 40 runs, which is very, very impressive.
Yeah, well, they've turned back to the pacer, Umar Farouk, who was struggling earlier. We saw those no balls. We saw that really big over. Lost a ball. 22 coming from it.
Well, he's had a change of ends, hoping for a change of fortune here. He's appealing. The batters are trying to scamper through for a single whilst he's appealing, but he managed to recover the ball quickly and prevent them from crossing for 1, so no harm, no foul.
It's tricky, that as a bowler, you know, when you go for such a big over and then there's just nowhere to hide. And it's not like you're a batter, you get out doing something stupid, you can go and hide in the dugout or in the changing room. You're still out there, you still have to field, and you know you've got more overs under your belt. You've got to come back and carry on. But this is a good comeback from the pacer.
Good start so far. Interesting choice of shots or shot options selected there by Navran Pete, the batter.
Enjoying your time so far, American Premier League Season 2?
Indeed, it has been the start of what is a young tournament, but providing opportunities for lots of players. We've seen some good cricket thus far. And again, we have another enthralling battle on our hands at the moment between Premium Paks and Premium Americans. Americans at the moment seemingly in the stronger position of the two. Having said that, we haven't gotten to the halfway mark yet, so...
That's true, and it's interesting to see how quickly momentum can sway back in different directions. Obviously, such a contrast to the game this morning. Low-scoring thriller. This one looks like we could be on for still a pretty hefty total. Still 3.5 overs to go. And already 142 on the board. 6 wickets still in hand. And a glorious day in the Houston sunshine.
The sun has come out this afternoon and the place has warmed up nicely, and we've seen the first short ball from Premium Paks this far, which seemed to make good height, came through a good pace through the keeper. So change of plan here from Umar Farouk for sure.
Yeah, this is a really good comeback from him. And he's not scared to still go for that short ball. He's not dwelling on what happened earlier on in the innings. And again with the short ball.
I like this change of tactic.
Yeah, umpire telling him that's your one for the over.
I like this change of tactic for sure. Earlier he was pitching it up and Otley was hitting it all over Musa Stadium. And I had mentioned that they probably should try and slow the game down, take a bit longer to get through the overs. Change of tactic like this is asking the batter to present a different challenge, and it has limited the scoring.
Yeah, well, they've done well to scamper through there, actually. Put the pressure on the fielder, who then did misfield, so it was an easy run in the end. But just 2 coming from that third over from Umar Farouk. So 17 gone. Americans 143 for 4, having won the toss and chosen to bat. Now, Navanpreet, he's still out there, but 17 from 28. He's not finding it particularly easy. It's not fluid runs like we saw earlier from the likes of Erasmus and Otley.
Indeed, batting has not looked that free for anyone else in the tournament. So the platform that Erasmus and Otley managed to build and lay for the rest of the teammates was very important in them getting up to this score. And I think that will be huge in terms of how the balance of this game plays out.
Yeah, so 3 overs still to come. You would think they would hope to eye up that maybe 170 from here, but the bowlers seem to have kicked themselves into action, and it's been very much an innings of 2 halves.
Indeed, these 2 batters striking comfortably at less than a run a ball, so that would be something that the premium packs would have talked about in their halfway stage discussion, and have come out and executed it beautifully thus far in the second half. Having said that, Ara Fuller has now bowled a no ball, and it seems to be this end that's the problem end for premium packs in terms of delivering those no balls. So we're going to have another free hit here. I'm sure it's something that Navanpreet will welcome with open arms. The opportunity to have a swing here and try to pick up another boundary.
That's just what he would be hoping for at this point. It sort of gives him a chance to free up his arms and try and find a bit of momentum, although not capitalised on it. 18 from 29 for him. Well, it took 29 balls for Otley to make 51.
Tale of 2 halves.
Indeed. Uses his feet and still picks out the fielder, not piercing that inner ring.
See the drone getting a close-up of all 7'1" of Mohammed Irfan.
That's well played in the end. Well, he'd need a drone to be able to see the top of his head. I don't think a cameraman could quite hold it high enough and get up on the tower, perhaps. I need to ask him where he goes shopping and is it a struggle. He probably gets asked that a lot, so he probably could find me quite annoying. Done well weighted on that. Still only the 1. Well, 18 overs gone. Americans trudging a little bit at the moment. 148 for 4. I mean, it's a fair enough total, but when you look at the ridiculous pace they came flying out the traps earlier, they probably would have expected to have posted more with 2 overs still to go.
They've still got a chance to get up to that 160 mark. Rate down to 8.22 now. 2 set batters at the crease, however, going into these last 2 overs.
Well, he's done him up all ends there. Ended up in a bit of a spin, trying to launch it over mid-wicket. Has it hit him on the knee? No. I think he's all right. Don't know what that discussion was about. So Umar Farooq with his final over, trusted to bowl the crucial penultimate over, the 19th over. Goes short. Well, his has been a tale of 2 halves as well. His first 2 overs, complete contrast to these so far.
Since he's started bowling the ball shorter and back into the wicket, he's looked a completely different bowler here today. Change of ends no doubt would have boosted his confidence, getting away from the end that Otley would have done some serious damage to him initially. Goes full this time. Dugout to manage the wicket for 1. But what's important here is that premium packs are not giving away any boundaries. Singles won't hurt you, and they are managing to have some dot balls in between. So the good thing for them is that they're not giving away any boundaries and allowing the score to increase exponentially.
It's a long run up. Well, it's going to have to be quick. Get back. He would have been gone. Can't believe it, the Paks. Little bit of confusion. Miscommunication in the middle. Trying to just scamper through, get them up to that 150. So 2 to come from Farooq.
Another dot. So it has indeed been an interesting day for Farooq. Who's gone for 1 run thus far in this over. Really good comeback from him thus far. The last 2 overs of his spell. He'll be trying to close it out here with a dot or a single.
Really, really impressive stuff. You know, just conceding the 2 runs from his final over, Umar Farooq. So 19 overs gone. And I think that's hit him on the knee, and that's going to smart. Well, 19 overs gone. Brings up the 150, 150 for 4. And I'm hearing there's going to be an over 8 penalty, so we're going to have to bring a man inside the circle, the premium Paks. We were talking about this earlier. It did seem like they were getting behind on that over 8.
And that's absolutely the last thing that they'd want here after having done all that work to peg back the premium Americans from such a rapid start, to now have to go into the last over with 5 fielders inside the circle. Leaves you vulnerable and not being able to defend at least one side of the field as you probably would have if you were able to have your full allotment of fielders outside the circle. So it'll be interesting to see which bowler they go for and what fielders they use outside the circle. But before any of that happens, we seem to be having a change of pads here for one of the batters. Not sure what the issue is with his current pair of pads, but he's opted for another pair of pads, so I'm not sure if there's any damage that has been done, or if he's just not comfortable with the ones that he's wearing at the current point in time.
Well, it's interesting to change it up for just the last 6 deliveries. But when you gotta go, you gotta go. And when you gotta change, you gotta change. And so it's just adding a little bit more time onto this innings. Just 1 over to come, 150 up. I mean, the premium Paks have got to be really pleased with how they've pegged this back.
Likewise, premium Americans will be pretty pleased with themselves after yesterday's performance being bowled out for 70. They now feel as though that they stand a fighting chance of putting some points on the board, especially after having seen the first game today. 105 managed to be a winning score.
And just making sure they put that extra fielder in. Lovely looking drive along the ground. It's a long way to bend down from 7'1".
Seems as though they're going to try and go full here and force the batters to hit the ball down the ground if they want to score any boundaries, based on the field set with long on and deep mid wicket, man on the cover boundary and long off.
See, I'd like to see them try and do something a bit innovative. They've got the wickets in hand and they need to just take this on in the final over. You can't just sit back. And the fielder thought he was in with a chance there, clipped up into the leg side. You can't just sit back and sort of wait for it to come to you. You need to try and make things happen in this last over. Just push up those runs, get to the 160. There's only 4 deliveries remaining. It's not about protecting your wicket at this point. It's about getting as many runs as you possibly can in this last over. We saw 4 coming off the last ball that sort of pushed that total earlier up over the 100. And actually, we talk about that mental factor of getting to that point.
Well, thus far we've had 3 balls in this over and it's been 3 singles. So premium Paks would be extremely delighted with the way that they're closing out this over. Another single down to long on.
You just got to swing now. You just got to go throw everything at it. I know it's pretty tight bowling. Great work there by the Paks, but 2 deliveries remaining. 154 on the board.
Well, this is interesting. There hasn't been any intent to hit any boundaries at all in this over, so...
They're not listening to me.
Not sure if they're happy with their score and they think that they've got enough on the board or what the game plan may be here, but Araful would be ecstatic in just conceding 4 singles thus far.
Well, they thought about coming back for the second, decide not to take on the arm, but very much could have done, because a bit of a lazy sort of slingy arm throw back into the bowler.
Well, that's the end of the innings.
Yeah, 6 from that final over, all in singles. So 20 overs down, end of the 20 overs. The Americans 156 for 4. They won the toss. They chose to have a bat, and they came absolutely flying out of those traps like they had a rocket up their backside. But that rocket was slowly fire extinguished during a drinks break, dampened somewhat. I'm going to keep rolling with this. And the premium packs, well, they found their sparklers in the second half, and they really pegged them back and have managed to restrict them to 156 for 4, much thanks to the spin twins in the middle overs.
Very well done by both sides here. It's been a tale of 2 halves. Premium Americans initially with that flying start from Keane Otley and Gerard Erasmus being pulled back by the spin. The spin twins of Milo Ponzo and Angelo Pereira. Both teams will be very happy thus far. This is a game that reminds us, in similarity to the first game yesterday, where the premium Americans would have taken on Windies and Windies would have scored an exact match in 156 in their first innings. And so premium Americans will now be looking to inflict a similar fate onto the premium Paks as to what they had done to them yesterday. Premium Paks, on the other hand, will be looking to set a foundation similar to what the premium Indians have done earlier this afternoon and give themselves a chance towards the end to push for a win. So it's going to be an interesting fight back here in the second half of this match. We'll take a quick break and rejoin you soon.
Does he all right, so that's internal.
Hello and welcome back to a sunny Mosa Stadium here in beautiful Houston, Texas, USA. Because American cricket is the thing, it's the place to be. American Premier League Season 2. Well, today you're here for the Premium Americans versus the Premium Paks. Well, they got off to an absolute flyer, the Premium Americans, but they were pegged back slightly. And now they have set the Premium Paks 157 to win. This is their first game of the tournament. The Americans lost heavily yesterday to the Windies, who this morning lost to the Indians. So it's all going on, all to play for. We're just at the beginning of this tournament. Plenty of stories to be written. And it was the openers who got them off to the flyer, the Americans. Otley making 51 off just 29 deliveries before he was caught and bowled. And he was seeing it like a beach ball today, hitting it to all parts. Was so in the zone, he didn't even realise he'd made his half-century to celebrate. But now it's about what they can do with the ball and in the field, the Americans. And can the premium Paks have the impact with the bat that their opponents did? Well, luckily, you don't have to wait long to find out, because we're about to get things underway, and it's Sheldon Cottrell with the ball at the moment in a very tight pair of trousers.
I think that's something he's become renowned for, along with his traditional or his signature salute. Late introduction into the game yesterday, but had an impact on the game straight away, and will be looking to have an even bigger impact on the game today. Obviously taking the new ball here today.
Yeah, interesting to see him opening up today. I mean, I was a bit confused yesterday when he suddenly appeared, came on in the middle, but he's a consummate professional, been around a while, been around all the leagues, everywhere. Obviously someone you know very well.
Yes, Sheldon Cottrell has been around for a number of years now. Very experienced cricketer, especially in this format of the game, where he's sort of ployed his trade for a number of years. Having said that, after marking his run and preparing himself to bowl, they've taken the ball away from him. He's taken his hat and his shades back from the umpire, and he's making his way.
He sort of
wandering off to...
hands in pockets, mooching off, and went, oh, all right then. He dangled the candy and then took it away again. It's like kids at Christmas, you know. If you don't behave, you're not having your present.
It's a lot happening here before even a ball has been bowled, but it seems as though they've gone for a change of end. So a change of bowler and a change of end. Going to open up with the leg spinner.
They're just checking that we're paying attention.
I think the skipper was just making sure that Sheldon was on the field this time. As opposed to yesterday when he wasn't on the field at the start of the game. So, checkmate. Sheldon is here. Thank you, Sheldon. Now that I know that you're here, I'll go with a different bowler and I'll save you for a bit later. Maybe a specific batter that you want Sheldon to bowl to.
Well, I quite like also that they are opening up with spin, because we saw the impact spin had in the first innings and what it did to put the stoppers on that scoring. So that maybe they're thinking, we'll put the pressure on early, don't let them get off to a start against the pace, put the pressure on. And so coming right arm over to the left-hander. And it all starts with a dot. So that's the equation. They need 157 to win this game. The Premium Paks, their first game of APL Season 2. And that's a full toss to open their account. Not what you want to be bowling as a spinner. It can't spin. If if it doesn't hit the floor.
Unless it's spinning out of the park or the boundary off of the batter's bat. So, new batter Ryan Scott, now on strike. Premium Paks are going to have some intent. Maybe not exactly in the mold of what we saw from the Premium Americans, but they're going to need to get a move on and capitalize these early overs when the ball is at its hardest and most responsive to the batters trying to score boundaries.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear what the team talks would have been like at the change of innings and how they're going to go about this run chase, the Premium Paks. And that should be the first boundary of the over, of the chase. And it's a wide.
Well, that's going to help the Premium Paks, definitely. 5 runs added to their total. Score moves along to 7.
Full toss again through all the fielders, and
Ball just completely comes to a standstill there. So bowler getting away with a full toss there. Batter wasn't able to capitalize fully on that. Placed it nicely in the gap, but the outfield only allowed for 2. And so the bowler tries to help the batter out here again and gives him another 5 wides to make up for that missed opportunity, the full toss. Second 5 wides here in the over. Score races up to 14.
yeah, not the start the Americans would have been hoping for, but the Paks, this is just what they wanted at a big first over, and not a lot of it they've had to do themselves.
Exactly what the Premium Paks would have wanted. Their batters accounting for 4 runs of this 14. So 10 extras gifted to them thus far in the first over.
Well, that closes out the first over with a dot. So 1 over gone. 14 on the board, so the equation need 143 from 114. Well, that would not have been the start they were hoping for, would it? Bring on the spinner to kick things off, and you've got full tosses, and you've got 2 lots of 5 wides. And he was lucky to get away with those full tosses.
Well, Sheldon Cottrell is back. Marked his run to bowl the initial first over, but then there seemed to have been a change of heart and a change of plan.
He just wanted to get everyone excited, you know. I will be on, I will be there, get yourselves ready. Hyped up for a bit of Sheldon Cottrell. The orange boots, the leggings as trousers. And can he make a difference and get a breakthrough early?
Well, there seems to be more extras here. That one seemed to have a bit of swing. Good bit of pace from Cottrell. The keeper wasn't able to collect it cleanly. Signaled wide by the umpire, so 2 further extras to the total. Score was up to 16. Cottrell, however, being excited by the movement on offer, has added a slip and has gone straight into a beautiful line and length on this occasion. Zishan shouldering arms. No need for him to take any unnecessary risk at the moment, as the score is already 16 without loss.
Yeah, Extra is doing all the heavy lifting at the moment.
Premium Paks would be happy with that. Again, Cottrell goes length into the pitch, punched out to the covers. Bozishan with a fielder, and Gerard Erasmus runs around quickly, picks it up and whips it back into the keeper. No run.
Nice one-handed pickup from the South African.
So Cottrell has settled into a nice line and length here. Not giving much width to the batters, which is of utmost importance in this format of the game. Even more so on this pitch in these conditions. Forcing the batter to hit the ball anywhere from a cover around to mid-off, and having a strong field set there.
Yeah, this is good from Cottrell. If he can close it out with a dot, I'd be pretty pleased. Starting with those, with the wides, and then great comeback.
He's gone for additional support as well, getting rid of the slip and adding someone at the mid-wicket area. Overcompensated there. Leg side wide.
Yeah, it's a good stop. Good work at Extra cover. Well, that closes out the second over. Just the three coming from it, 3 wides. So Premium Paks 17 for none after 2. And this is what they're hunting down. This is how the story told of the American batting. And this is what the Premium Paks are up to now. Ashraf has faced the majority of the balls, but between them, just 4. And the Extras leading the run scoring by a hefty margin, 13 extras in just 2 overs. It's going to be a change in bowling.
I think we all suspected that there would have been a change in bowling after the first over went for 14.
Looks like we're going to see pace from this end as well. Yeah, Matiullah Khan coming on to bowl. That target, 157, is 140 runs away. You've got 18 overs in which to do it. Ryan Scott facing up just for the second delivery he's faced.
Ryan Scott got low on this occasion. Very low. Wanted to get under that ball and hit it over the fielder in the cover point region. Wasn't able to make contact. This one has gone straight through to the wicket keeper.
Well, that's gone very high. It's gone very far. It's gone for 6.
This is what he's trying to do on the first ball. But this time he's made contact, and full contact that as he would like. End result, 6 more to the total. Score moving up to 23 without loss. And the premium packs are off to exactly the start that they would need to give themselves a chance to be competitive in this match. That shot was admired not only by Ryan Scott but by the wicketkeeper. Just saw the wicketkeeper giving a high five to Ryan Scott. Well played. Well played, mate. Beautiful shot.
No, I can't think of many other sports when people do things like that. If someone's scored against you in the football and you're the goalkeeper, you're not then going to come out and give him a high five, but that's a great shot, mate. It's a very cricket thing.
Well, not if you want to be not if you want to be goalkeeping the following day.
Fair point. I'll occasionally do it, but sort of under my breath in a lacrosse match. If someone takes a nice shot, and I'll sort of be like, oh, great shot. And then I think I've applauded them, but no one's heard me do it. So I think I'm a nice person, and no one else knows.
Ryan Scott sporting the number 100 there. Every batter's objective.
Just come through for the one. Coming over the wicket. It's just straight batted and fielded at mid-on. Just the one run. I won't mind them dealing in singles. It's still a hefty enough target, 157.
The premium packs seem to have a game plan where they're looking for an early boundary in the over and then rotate the strike.
Well, end of 3 overs, and I think he can't believe he didn't bowl him there. Dot ball to end the over, 8 coming from it. End of 3, premium packs, 25 without loss. Just the one big 6 from Ryan Scott in that over. I'm also intrigued that he has his full name on his back. Ryan Scott.
Lots of firsts.
I can hear tunes playing from somewhere around the ground. Someone's getting into the party atmosphere. I definitely heard Champion playing earlier somewhere. I was like, the Windies are in town. Sheldon Cottrell continuing his second over. Just remeasuring here.
This is something you see quite often from Sheldon Cottrell. Making sure that he's got his run-up right. Making sure that he's not giving the batters any extra opportunities to score. We'd have seen something similar in the first game. In the first innings, apologies. On numerous occasions, premium Paks bowlers would have overstepped. Meanwhile, there seems to be an injury on the field to the skipper, Nevin Stewart. Clutching at his hamstring there. Never a good sign. Not something that is a quick fix as well, hamstring injuries, so we're hoping it's just maybe a bit of muscle spasms or cramps and not an actual pulled hamstring here.
Get some pickle juice in. That's what you do for cramp, isn't it? Pickle juice? I think I'd rather have the cramp than drink pickle juice.
Doesn't seem to be too comfortable out there at the moment. Not much range of motion or flexibility by the looks of things, but physio's putting him through his paces.
Well, what a view that is. The drone's up, giving us the views of this beautiful part of the world that I've not had the joy of visiting before. And this is the story so far. Those Manhattans, I mean, it was explosive, that start from the Premium Americans. Tailed off somewhat after the drinks break, but still got themselves up to a pretty nice looking 156. You saw the Windies get yesterday as well, so carbon copy just not quite in the same way. The Premium Paks need a few big overs if they want to get any momentum and sort of get themselves in the ballpark of being able to chase this down. And he is being piggybacked off.
Well, this is an interesting approach.
It's a long way, carrying a man on your back.
Don't think I've seen someone being piggyback lifted from since the days of me piggyback lifting my niece when she was a baby, so which was quite a long time ago.
You know, he's made some good pace though. He's gone quickly carrying a man on his shoulders.
Seems to be quite a strong guy.
Doesn't need to go to the gym now.
I know you do those dumbbell carries in the gym, but this is a human carry that he's done. Over 100 meters and still going.
You know what it reminds me of? Have you ever seen the World Wife Carrying Championships?
I have not.
Well, there is a World Wife Carrying Championships, and they pick the best. They basically just run and they carry their wives, and they sort of pick the best way they're going to carry them. So whether it's a fireman's lift or a piggyback, and they run. And I think that sounds like a fantastic tournament. I mean, I'd have to find a husband first, but yeah, World Wife Carrying Championships is the next big thing.
My wife would say that's how we got married. I kidnapped her.
You'd be perfect for it then. That's gone up very high. Has it got the distance? Yes, it has. And the slow arm raise indicates the 6. I mean, it hasn't taken any concentration lapse. The break for the injury. And Ryan Scott, that is a beautiful looking shot. Hold the pose, straight back over the bowler's head. That's a good recovery from Sheldon Cottrell. Extra pace.
Adjustment in length as well. This one he's gone back into the pitch. Every time he goes into the pitch, looks a completely different bowler. And I'm sure, whilst he's currently out of contention now, Sheldon Cottrell must be having in the back of his mind, with one eye on the T20 World Cup next year, jointly hosted in the Caribbean and the USA. Ryan Scott, on the other hand, has got both eyes fully casted on Sheldon Cottrell here, and trying to take as much runs as possible off each delivery that Cottrell sends down.
Four overs gone. 34 for none. Ryan Scott pushing along nicely. 16 from 11. That last over from Cottrell going for 9. So that required rate, they're up above it at the moment, but we did see a lot of extras early on, which has helped with that. And it's just about whether these two out in the middle can make the impact themselves. And Matula Khan is going to continue with his second over. Went for 8 from the first. The young pacer is into the pitch.
And he's got him bowled. Clipping the top of the stumps there. So not getting as much bounce as Zishan would have thought. Matiola Khan getting through him, skidding on. Top of middle stump, and that's the first wicket for the Premium Americans with the score at 34. New batsman Angelo Pereira making his way to the middle here.
Well, he's had a good day so far with the ball, Angelo Pereira, so he's going to hope that he can continue that and make an impact for his team with the bat too.
Well, if it's one person that should know how the pitch is playing and how to play on the pitch based on having bowled his 4 overs for 10 runs, it'd be him. So it's going to be interesting to see his approach.
Well, he's still out there with Ryan Scott, who is seeing it nicely. His 16 from 11 at the moment. Pereira donning a red helmet.
Dare to be different. Comes out and then a strike straight away, Pereira. So we're gonna see his approach.
Yeah, it's well kept out. Fuller ball from Martilla.
Nice straight bat from Pereira as well.
And actually, you wouldn't mind just getting Ryan Scott back on strike because he's looked destructive so far. Just let him get into his stride. They don't seem too concerned about getting through their overs at much pace, the Americans at the moment. So they're not rushing these Pak batters.
This one goes high, but it also goes long. 6. Ryan Scott not messing about here today. Where Mathieu Lecan may have gotten through his opening partner, Ryan Scott on this occasion goes bang over deep mid-wicket for 6 more. Score racing along to 41, so Ryan Scott is taking it upon himself to play innings similar to that of Kean Otley in the first half of this game. Mathieu Lecan goes short into the pitch again, but slower this time, down the leg side, and it's a wide.
Yeah, Ryan Scott is not hanging about. He's here to play. He means business, and looks like he's got the belief they can chase this down. He saw what Otley did at the top of the innings, and he's looking to mirror that. He swings and he misses. Well, a mixed bag of an over so far. We've had a bit of everything. We've had wickets, ones, sixes, wides, dots.
And still 2 balls to go.
Short, and there was a muted appeal. The bowler liked it, thought he got something, but they're going to scamper on through. There's a double teapot from the bowler.
Ooh. Wow. Well, having a second glance at that, I think the bowler should definitely feel aggrieved there. I think there was a lot more in that than what we'd have probably initially thought.
Well,
but Ryan Scott living dangerously, but fortune only favours the brave in this world.
Yeah, living dangerously and loving it. He goes on to 26 from just 15. Score moves on to 48 for 1 after just 5 overs. That target, 157. You feel that Ryan Scott is the key man here for both sides. If he can stay in, he can score big. If they get rid of him, they'll feel very much like they're on their way to victory, the Americans. So 1 over of the power play still to come.
We've got a change of bowling as well. Sheldon Cottrell being taken out of the attack. Shabir Ali, his replacement.
As you say in club cricket, dot ball's a hot ball. They'll take all the dot balls, build them up, get the pressure on. 109 needed from 89 balls. And Angelo Pereira, he knows at the moment, he just wants to get Ryan Scott back on strike. Scott seeing it nicely.
Angelo Pereira doesn't seem to have gotten the hang of the pitch just yet. So this is a great opportunity for Shabir to bowl some dot balls at Angelo. Get away with a few dots here. Build some further pressure and see if you can try and squeeze out a wicket. Change in field. Third man going back. Long off coming up into the circle to mid off. Which in turn led to a change in length from Shabir Ali, pulling the length back a bit more, not allowing Angelo to just swing through the line with both mid on and mid off up in the circle. Still managed to get a single, pushing it out to the man at cover on the circle, and the batters were able to cross before there was even any attempt or any thought of an attempt of a run out. The danger man Ryan Scott is now back in strike though. And so a man goes back onto the long on boundary, and there's a deep square leg.
Well, not where he was aiming to hit it. Looking to launch it over sort of mid-on, log-on.
Angelo Pereira trying to scamper through for a quick single there. Ryan Scott had no interest, with just 2 balls left in the power play, trying to maximize those last 2 balls before the field spreads far and wide.
Oh. He's got something on that, but it will just be the one along the ground, fielded out at deep mid-wicket. Just pushing that required rate up. 107 needed of 85, and that's chipped up in the air. Fielder can't get there, watches it go over his head, and they come back for a second. For a minute, the fielder up at long on thought he was in with a chance.
Sheldon Cottrell is a very good fielder as well, so he's not one of the fielders on the field that you'd want to be taking chances to, if that were the case, as we saw yesterday in the first match of the tournament as well. This Americans team is a pretty good fielding unit. Had several times where they had direct hits from varying parts of the field, so they'd be quite happy for people to try and take them on in the field, giving them opportunities to get wickets via the run-out route.
Well, the umpire there signalling the end of the power play. So 6 overs gone, 52 for 1 the score on the board. And turning back to spin as Erasmus is given the ball. It's going to be coming round the wicket to the left-handed Ryan Scott. 27 from 17 for him so far.
It'll be interesting to see what impact spin has in this period of play. As we saw in the first innings, the man himself on screen, on strike, Angelo Pereira, was a part of the spin twin duo that really cut short the potential of the score of the Premium Americans, bowling his 4 overs for 10 runs.
It's full and flighted from Erasmus, but nothing really Pereira can do with it.
Erasmus trying a few tricks here. If you look at where he's delivered the last 2 deliveries from, well behind the popping crease. He's actually even delivered them from behind the stump line, so he's bowling from varying points of the crease, not letting the batter get used to or get set to where he's normally delivering the ball from, giving them varying looks. Good over here from Erasmus, just 4 from it. .56 for 1 after 7 overs. Premium Americans are pulling things back nicely here. Required run rate climbing.
I think we're just checking on something here.
Well, I think they're inquiring whether that was actually bowled or if the keeper dislodged the...
My initial thought was that it either rebounded off the keeper or whether it was the keeper himself, but
yeah,
definitely worth a look.
I don't think it was bowled, but we've got the technology, so it's best that it's used.
Well, I think they've come to the same conclusion we did. I think he's all right there behind the line.
Just slightly behind.
Well, you know what? After all that, we're just having a look at that umpire's room. That's where all the decisions are made. That's where the bigwigs live. And actually, Ryan Scott, he's got to go. It appears the ball has broken the wicket, ricocheted onto it. Bails are gone, and Ryan Scott, he was going along nicely. He's got to go for 29 from 20. Well, that is quite the breakthrough for the Americans. He was looking dangerous. 56 for 2. The Paks, 3 sixes off the bat of Ryan Scott. And it's that man there who has the breakthrough.
Well, that would be disappointing for Ryan Scott. He looked to want the moment today. Positive intent. Unfortunately for him, innings cut short, got bowled, but he'd be looking to carry on as the tournament goes deeper.
Well, looks like Erasmus was just having a roll on a spiky ball or a whatever those things are called. Just the cylinder ones. What do you call it? A foam roller. That's the one.
Well, there's going to be a change of bowling again. Imran Khan with his leg breaks taking up the attack. And we've seen, for the most part, it's been a situation where you spin it to win it, and so this is a different pair of spin bowling twins. Nonetheless, looking to have the same, if not a greater impact on the game as what they did in the first innings.
Well, Imran kicks it off with a dot. They feel like they've sort of got a wicket out of nowhere, that dismissal of Ryan Scott.
Definitely against the grain of play. That would add further pressure to the premium Paks here.
Yeah, because you would have expected he would carry on being the aggressor in the partnership, and Angelo Pereira looking to just work it around, get Scott back on strike. We saw him hit those 3 big sixes. The fielder will come round. It'll just be one.
That kickstarts Ali Ume straight away off the mark.
Well, there's a few muted appeals. The bowler didn't really have much to say to the umpire there.
This one pushed to the man down at long on. Sheldon Cottrell coming in. Angelo Pereira and Premium Paks both move on by 1.
Well, 98 needed still from 73. So you've got to inject something into this innings. Yes, keep rotating the strike, but you're going to have to find the boundary and get up with that run rate. So 8 overs gone. That one just conceding 4 runs. Premium Paks, 60 for 2, need another 97 from 72 deliveries. And that is how the Wiggly Worms look. Remember, the Americans got off to that ridiculous start, and that set up their innings nicely. Yes, they were dragged back a bit by the premium Paks, but still made themselves to 156 for the loss of just 4 wickets.
Well, it's going to be Gerard Erasmus to continue from this end, picking up a wicket in his first over, only conceding 4. Potential for a run out here, close call. Pereira makes it back just in time. His partner Ali Umair had no interest in that single, sent him back. Gerard Erasmus, quicker ball, beating the batter near there for pace. Goes a bit fuller on this occasion. Again, confusion in the running between the wickets for this pair. Pereira trying to come back for a second. Umair had no interest, sent him back again, and so that's something for us to keep our eye on with this pair, the running between the wickets.
Well, he's gone aerial. It's going to fall short of the fielder long off.
Gave himself a lot of room. Seems to be batting with a chip-in wedge, however. Just got it to the 30-yard circle. No chance at all of getting out there.
Don't think my work with the chipping wedge would be quite so good. I'm more of a crazy golfer. Or you just go full Happy Gilmore. Take a run at it. Up in the air, and it's going to land safe. Well, he's done well there, actually. The spin almost did for the fielder up at long on. But the exuberance of youth of Matiullah Khan, he managed to use his feet and get back. Sort of wrong-footed himself. He finds it funny, though, so it's all right. So 9 overs gone. Score on the board, 64 for 2. 93 needed from 66, Angelo Pereira.
This is going to be out, this one. Sweeping across the line of a full straight ball from Imran Khan. Missing and hitting in front for Imran Khan. So he picks up his first wicket. It's the loss of the 3rd wicket for the premium Paks, who are falling further into trouble here, sliding into a position of despair currently. They're going to need someone to come in and play an innings with some impetus to add some life back to this run chase. Still needing another 93 runs with only 10.5 overs left. And what we've seen on display at this ground is that it becomes more and more difficult to score the further into the innings it gets. So they're going to need someone to try and put a foot down now and give them a quick 20-30 in the next few overs. However, at the fall of this wicket, we're going to take a quick drinks break and return shortly.
Right, back underway after that drinks break. Brought about a little bit early this time because of the wicket to fall. And talking of wickets to fall, there goes another. Well, Imran Khan, he's got his second in 3 balls. And the premium Americans are well on top here. Looks to swing big, and he's bowled, bails flying everywhere. And his partner up at the other end just waves a hand in despair. He goes second ball without scoring. Bowled by Imran Khan.
Well, spin it to win it has been the way, and it's definitely continuing to prove that way this afternoon. Imran Khan introduced into the attack after the power play was finished and having an immediate impact on proceedings here. 2 for 4 after 1.3 overs. I'm surprised that he hasn't opted for a slip at this point, because not many balls with the lack of pace in the pitch are going to go down to short third man where he has Matiola Khan. So he could give himself another wicket taking option here by adding a slip, but he's opted against that thus far.
And if you just look at that run rate now, pushing up towards 9 needed, 4 wickets down as well. And 2 batters that need to get going. Bless you. Well, Imran Khan, he's been the man to make the difference so far. 2 for 5 for him.
Another single for the premium Paks.
Still 90 runs off. Imran Khan with that over 2 wickets and just the 3 runs coming from it. So pretty good day for him so far. 2 for 7 he's picked up from his 2 overs. And we've already had the drinks break, so won't be having that again. 10 overs gone. So premium Americans won the toss, elected to bat. And bat they did. 156 they put on the board. And the premium Paks struggling in response. They started well. It was a quick start, mainly thanks to Ryan Scott. But then when he was dismissed in a bizarre fashion off the bowling of this man, Erasmus, it sort of put the stoppers somewhat on this chase. And it's making that target of 157 seem a hell of a lot further away than it did when he was hitting 6s.
Starting to look like 157,000 required at this point.
And just the 6 wickets in hand.
Gerard Erasmus, I must say, has been very good in his spell today. He's mixed up his pace, his delivery points, his lengths, his lines, giving the batters a lot to think about. Into his 3rd over here, very economical.
Well, it'll be another single to the total, but they're not going to get there in singles.
Who's going to be the hero here today?
Nicely flicked away. Two fielders almost take each other out.
I think it's important that the premium packs figure out which bowler that they're going to target and really try and have a go at that particular bowler. They can't let it get too late and give themselves too much to do in the back end. We're already through 11 overs, and so I think they're going to have one batter set and everyone else is going to have to play